Bob, how you doing? Token, how you doing, bro? I'm off in the next 3 days. Nice, bro. Nice. What are you doing while being off? Just playing games, or is there a specific reason you took off? Kimmy, how you doing? Welcome back. Dark Lord, how you doing, brother? Very happy to have all of you here. Oh shit, Wyfin with 19 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. Far too kind. I am tired. Not a damn thing. Probably finish Caelid in Elden Ring. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Nice. No, I've been, I did nothing this entire weekend. On Friday, I played a little, I played a little Baldur's Gate. But then this weekend, I legitimately just did nothing. I was just tired. I genuinely, I woke up on Saturday and I was just like, dude, I can't. Like, I just need a break. I need to not work. I need to not make videos. I need to do nothing. I just need to fucking chill. So that's what I did. Maybe it's my age, but I thoroughly enjoy doing nothing now. Depends. Like, Holly, how you doing, bro? Gorfa, how you doing? Zucchini, how you doing? I'm not like that. So when I was younger, I could legitimately sit and do fuck all for, I mean, days, dude. Like, I'm talking holidays. I remember back in college. Holidays, I could sit for like 2 weeks and just play video games and not care at all. Life would just be good. I would consider that a good time. The older I get, the less I'm able to do that. Nowadays, if I'm sitting in one spot playing games for like, oh fuck, man, 3 hours, I start to get antsy. I start to get like anxious, and I start to go, whoa, wait. I could be doing other things here. I could be working. I could be making videos. I could be live streaming. There are things that I could be doing that isn't this, that isn't wasting time. So I'm for some reason, I'm a lot more aware nowadays of the fact that this is a waste of time and I shouldn't be doing this. Whereas I could, past, fuck me, man. I was the king of sitting around doing fuck all. Doesn't have the most games these days, aren't good enough to be lost in. That is true. That is also true. I feel like maybe it's not just me. Maybe it is just games have gotten really shit as of late. Because I'm mostly just replaying old games at this point. Because that's pretty much all there is. I mean, after working in that hot-ass shop and Exon every day, after that I love doing nothing every weekend. I get that, right? I think if you're doing a job, like a normal job, I think it's easier to take weekends off because you're obviously done with your work, right? Wait, wife, and I'm seeing all of your messages. You're obviously done with your work and you can sort of relax and do other things. But because my job is effectively, like there's never a time where I don't have work, right? Let me put it that way. Kiki, how you doing? X-Ref, how you doing, brother? I don't know, I'm pretty lost in Subnautica right now. Yeah, you're just fucking sucking Sebi dick, Growfile. Whenever Sebi plays a game, Growfile has to play a game. How's Sebi doing with that, by the way? But no, I'm the older I get, because my job is always online, right? I always have work to do. There is always something that I could be doing. I find it very difficult to sit and do nothing. I even this weekend, I just didn't play games, but I went out. I went to the beach, had some coffee, spent some time with friends, went for dinner. So I did like outside stuff. But if I was to just sit and do absolutely nothing, I don't think I could handle that. I just needed a break from like social media and YouTube, and I just needed to go, no, I'm fucking, I need to not look at a screen right now. So that was basically my weekend. Mr. Herman well, I did see it, wife, unless you saying something else. But you saying hello twice, and I saw that. when I got this game for free back in 2018. Nothing that's impossible. Would go crazy. Yeah, I couldn't do. Enjoy my second week off of work. Oh, X-Ref, nice. What are you doing during your break? I get tired of being at the computer most days. I'd... Wait, you'd what, Kimmy? I wouldn't do housework. Like, fuck me, no. But I could... Most of the time, I can be at my PC the whole day and I'd be happy. But every once in a while, I do reach a point where I go, bro, I need to be not at my computer right now. Like, anywhere other than my computer would be a good place. My upper 30s, I feel it, bro. Dustin, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I'm 39. Although, just this weekend, again, I had a massive conversation with a girl at church. She was like, how old are you? I'm 39. And she's like, no, you're not. I'm like, dude, we're at church. Why would I lie now? Like, why would I lie now? Damn. This is a bad... Also, why would I lie about my age? Like, for a guy, that doesn't matter. I don't know any guy that gives a fuck about how old they are. 1034 last May. Oh, nice. Went to 2 big cities here in Germany, Berlin and Hamburg. I had a Warhammer 40k tournament, played paintball, and now I'm waiting for my significant other to return from her vacation. Oh, cool, bro. Must have been catfish at the church. Too bored. How you doing, bro? No, she just... Yeah, most people don't believe that I'm 39. Wait, but really, damn, you look at least 10 years younger. Kiki, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But yes, I was born in 1985. So I am literally... If I was 1 year older, I would have been part of the boomer generation, basically. But I'm part of the... I'm not actually boomer generation. The generation came just after the boomers, I think. But no, I came... I'm literally on the like, I'm the oldest millennial you can get, I think. Always thought you were younger than me? Yeah, how old are you? You look like 30, 35, but what's the difference? I don't know. Yeah, I don't give 2 shits, really. I still feel young as fuck, though. Yeah, Gen X. I'm literally on the verge between Gen X and millennial. I'm 31. Oh, right, yeah. You're much younger than me then. In the big 4-0 in January then? Yes, CDJ. 15th of January, I will be the big 4-0. And I still feel like a fucking teenager. So... We'll see. Maybe I get wise and, you know, sort of calm down in my 40s. I don't know. We'll see. Look around 30. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate all of you for saying that. Although I think as a guy, it doesn't really matter, you know? I don't feel as old as I thought I would by now. Dude, okay, you're now touching on a topic that I have been thinking. I remember growing up, I would look at my dad when he was about my age, and I would think, man, they're so adult, you know? They do so much adult things. They must really have their lives figured out. Like, everything must just make sense. Ravy G, how you doing, brother? And then I remember getting to, like, my 30s, and I thought, man, I don't feel like I thought... People, when I was young, the way that I would look at people that were 30, I don't feel like people that are 30, you know? And then I got to like my age now, and I'm thinking, dude, I don't think my parents had anything sorted out. I think they just sort of made it up as they went along. Because, you know, I don't have things figured out. Like, fuck me. As a kid, they seem to have all the answers. They seem to know exactly what's going on. You know, their lives are sorted out. They look as if everything's, you know, everything has a place and everything makes sense. And then you get to that age and you're like, why am I not like that? Sark says, how you doing, brother? I'm doing well. Dying in the heat as in walking to the train station. Dude, I'm dying of the cold. Dude, like, I don't know. I woke up and it was fine. The heat wasn't too bad. Or the cold wasn't too bad. Went to the gym, had a great time at the gym. Came out of the gym, actually felt like it's a little hot at the minute. Went to the beach, had coffee. Still, it was perfectly fine. And I made my videos, and around about an hour ago, it's just like the temperature just fucking dropped. Like, I remember sitting here because about an hour ago I started watching JDG versus NIP, LPL playoffs, League of Legends. And as I'm sitting here, I start to go, holy fuck, dude, it is, what the hell's going on? So somehow the temperature just went fucking downhill fast. Went from like, oh, it's not too bad today, dude. No, where's my jacket? I work in mental health care, and when I am comparing my work self with my free time self, I am shocked how grown up I can be. So I think it is very situational. Maybe. I mean, my entire life, I'm basically being paid to be a kid, right? Make videos, play video games. It's pretty much all I do. So I think there might be some truth to that. Most people I talk to, though, say you only really grow up when you have kids. Like, the second you have kids, that's when you sort of realize, wait a second, I need to fucking fix shit here. Like, I can't keep doing what I'm doing now. I'll turn 28 on Saturday. Wow, wifin'. Happy birthday. Even though it's a bit early, but still. Do you guys think we're going to get a cinematic today, or do you think we should, right? Blizzard surely didn't do just one animatic, no? The Dark Lord depends on if there's a cinematic today. Because the Baron's chat it's a special. So it's meant to be if we have a cinematic today to live watch it. But I don't know if there is one. You know? Is the expansion launched again? I think next week is when early access launches for it. Feels like they're stretched this expansion. Yeah, but this will be the first time ever that they only do one animatic. I mean, pretty much every single expansion since Legion has gotten at least 3. So it would be fucking wild. Hold up, let's see. They haven't tweeted anything yet. But then again, they tweeted about the first one. Maybe they just think they don't have to tweet another one. Demon Salad, how you doing, brother? Yeah, WoD also got animatics. You're right. And then I fucking completely forgot about WoD. But you are correct. WoD also had animatics. So this would be the first time that they only do the one. I doubt it. Because it is pretty much bog standard at this point. We get at least 2 animatics. To just do 1 would be wild. You want to go listen only while I read authors again? Oh, shit. Nice, Ravy G. Benny, how you doing, brother? Did you buy the early access? No. I don't buy anything past the base edition of video games ever. So no. The Cydia, the way they've done it up until now is usually we should get 1, 2, and then the third one is usually on the day of launch. So on the day of the expansion going live, that's when you get the third and final animatic, sort of like a, oh, look, guys, it's on now, you know? So technically they started at the correct time. Because next week, this time will basically be, you know, playing the new fucking expansion. Oh, Demon Salad, yeah. I have a very big principled issue with digital deluxe editions of video games. I mean, I have a massive fucking issue with early access because, first and foremost, it's not early access. It's late access. Everyone that pays more is allowed to, you know, play at the time the game goes live, but everyone else plays late. But then, yeah, my biggest issue is if you're gonna hide early access behind digital deluxe, you can go fuck yourself. 2 board, same old rant, what? The video with reset? Drew, what do you mean? The farm warning that Hoopsie, it's when you beat the game, you get option to play Journey 2. My tip, avoid it like a reset, which Remove all gray spots? Oh. No, but there's also a reason why people do that. The New Game Plus is so that you can become even stronger. There's apparently 9 New Games Plus in Elden Ring. So you can do it 9 times. At 9, that's when you stop gaining power. But also when the bosses stop getting harder. I was a little sad to learn that you can never get to a place where you just one-shot things. In Elden Ring. Like, that made me sad. I was really hoping that you could one-shot things eventually, just become, like, fucking crazy powerful. Drew, I think there's going to be one tonight, right? But, yeah, don't know. Philippe, I'm not talking about cheesing the bosses, so obviously there are cheese builds out there where you can literally one-shot bosses, but those cheese builds can literally be done on the first playthrough. I'm talking about playing like a normal bleed build, for example, and getting to the point where you run to a boss, whack it with a normal attack, and it just takes like 3/4 of its health. Like, that's what I would like to do. Like, just on your 9th New Game Plus, you're like a god. You know, you're just running around in Elden Ring and just fucking wrecking shit. That would have been, like, after all the grief that the bosses gave you, imagine on your final run, you could just spank the shit out of all of them. Just like a final hurrah, you know? Titan Reborn, how you doing, brother? 7 months salary, so won't buy DLC yet, so guess I will do my journeys and do different endings. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm so far from the actual, like, DLC that I don't have to worry about that shit just yet. The counters? Ooh. Yeah, I feel like counters could probably eventually get super powerful in Elden Ring as well. That feel good to just skim through? Dude, it would feel amazing if you could just slap shit with your levels, no? How many people in chat actually played Elden Ring? I'm sure we have quite a few people that play Elden Ring, but I want to make sure that we're not just, you know, sort of nerding out about Elden Ring, and then there's like a bunch of viewers that's going, what the fuck is this game? Where's World of Warcraft? Elden Ring? I've never seen that game in World of Warcraft. What's going on? On my first playthrough now. How are you finding it, Pop? Like 20 minutes? Yeah? No? Just one time? Got all the achievements and the DLC too? Nice to see you. How many of you discovered this stream, or came to the stream the first time we played Elden Ring? I never played. Wait, I never played. I only watch you play. Well, Kiki, I'm happy to have you here still. I know the game, but never played it. Not my thing. Hashil, I thought it wasn't going to be my thing either. I genuinely thought that this is just not my type of game. There's no reason for me to ever get into this. And then Rurikon sort of convinced me to at least give it a try. And I must admit, unless you play it, you will not understand just how much fun it is. Like, dude, it is nuts. The amount of fun that you have in that game, the discovery of it, the open world of it, the way the world building works, it is just so fucking fun. So why aren't we playing Growfall? Because I never start playing games right at the start of the stream. I like first hanging out and chatting. Plus, I'm tired. I feel bored, but also sleepy. So I'm just chilling, fam. I'm just chilling. Plus, I haven't decided yet if I want to play Baldur's Gate or if I want to play Elden Ring. I'll make that decision in a bit, and then we'll just do whatever the fuck that is. It must be New Year. Yeah, I feel like, well, to be fair, I do think what I do is pretty different to what most YouTubers do or Twitch streamers do, because most streamers just play video games, right? It's not it's not often that you get people that just chat or really just fucking chat sometimes. Why don't you think you ever will, Demon Salad? My first From Software game was Sekiro, and that game is a masterpiece for me. I've never fucking played that. But I might give it a go, considering how much fun I'm having in Elden Ring. If I ever fucking finish Elden Ring. That should probably also be just pointed out. Next time Rory convinces Akko to try Monster Hunter, yeah, that's not happening. Like, I was wrong about Elden Ring, because Elden Ring does actually have a phenomenal story, and it does actually have, like, you know, phenomenal gameplay and all the rest of it. So I do enjoy Elden Ring for that reason. But Monster Hunter is literally just a game about hunting monsters. Why? Why would I ever play that? I have no reason for that. Benny, I don't find combat that fun. Gonna be honest with you now. I would play games without, like, I can play a game with shitty combat. If it has a good story, I'm happy. I'm super happy. If the game basically centers purely around, like, combat, you're very rarely gonna entice me. The thing that caught me with Elden Ring is the story. Just the fucked upness of the world is what drew my attention. Like, if it was just combat, if there was no story, and it was literally just me running around killing shit, I would have quit that game long ago. Find it boring while watching it. I don't feel like I have to play it when I just look at other people playing it. Even that, I will say, though, I think the mistake you're making there is the fun really is, like, while watching it, the thing that's fun is seeing someone fail, you know, and maybe get frustrated or whatever. But playing in it, I would say, I don't think Elden Ring lives up to the hype if you're just playing it. Oh, if you're just watching it. I think if you've played it, it becomes super fun to watch people play it. Because you get to see things that they're doing that you didn't do in your run. So that's really fun. But yeah, if I've never played Elden Ring, I wouldn't watch people play it either. Because you're just literally watching someone die over and over again. And you don't really have a clue what's going on. But now that I have a bit more of an idea, I was watching someone try to take down Tree Sentinel yesterday. Or the day before, maybe. No. I think it was yesterday night. Last night. I was watching someone try to take down Tree Sentinel and laughing my shit off at this guy just getting owned by Tree Sentinel. Every single... Dude, I've never seen anything like it. This guy masterfully dodges in front of every single attack. And you can see the frustration building. Like, you can see this guy is getting frustrated as fuck. I stopped watching before, like, he lost his cool. But I'm pretty sure he started raging at some point. No, it wasn't K. Unless you have a highly skilled hunter like Ruri, watching Monster Hunter is boring. I feel like watching any game, really, is boring. What makes watching games fun is the streamer you're watching. But imagine for a second you were watching a stream where the guy is literally just playing games. Not doing anything else. Not talking. Not, interacting with chat. Just sitting there playing a game. Would you actually keep watching? I don't know, playing WoW, saying bye to DF. Oh, Titan Reborn. Like some classic streamers, so Tyler 1. Dude, Tyler 1 is fucking insanely entertaining to watch. What do you mean? I'm on... Oh, where are we, chat? I just went to that girl that you meet in the beginning, the one with 4 arms. I just found her in the game. Again, at the towers. I'd rather watch people play than play myself. Maybe I'm weird, but I love to observe how people solve problems and discover things. Depends on the game. There are games where I like people playing, but usually those are like more puzzle solving type of games. But like World of Warcraft, I will never watch someone stream World of Warcraft. I will never watch someone stream Final Fantasy. I won't ever watch someone stream like RPGs. You know, like full story games. I wouldn't watch people play that. Frozen Solid, how you doing, brother? Tony was absolutely hilarious. I never watched him before. Dude, Tyler 1 is fucking insanely entertaining to watch. Like, he can lose his shit for the smallest things, and actually it's funny when he does. There is one stream like that, guy just playing a game, but really, really good at it. A lot of people watch him. For me personally, it's not really entertaining, but game is OSRS. Skill, well, I don't know how much fucking skill you can have in old school RuneScape, but you know who I will watch sometimes just play games because he is really good? Shroud. Like, I'll sit and I'll just watch Shroud shoot people because he's really good at it. But yeah, like most of the time, unless you're talking and entertaining, I'm not going to watch you play a game. I could play the game myself. Like, why the fuck would I watch you play a game that I could literally play myself? I've been going back and watching your BG3 playthrough. Well, I still have to finish BG3. I haven't finished that yet. Which is fucking wild, because I love that game. It's such a good game. But I got to Baldur's Gate, and I just went, nah, it's enough now. We'll be back later. And we're yet to go back, actually. It's a weird thing. Yeah, but I'm like this, Benny. Like, I get bored quickly, and then I have to take a break. Demon's Island, no. I've never watched Dota. I played a little bit of Dota, but wasn't really my type of game. The thing with Dota, I've explained this before. League of Legends is very easy to get into, very easy to understand, but kind of difficult to master. Dota is super fucking difficult to get into, and then also super difficult to master. So as a barrier to entry, when you watch people play Dota, for example, I don't have a clue what the fuck they're doing. Like, denying minions, denying, like, I don't know what the hell you're doing at the moment. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do or what I'm supposed to be looking at. Whereas in League of Legends, I know exactly what's going on, right? Because I've played that game for such a long time. So I like watching League, but I don't like streamers that play League. I don't watch them. I watch the actual championships, the European championships. My team is Fnatic. Let's hope. G2 looks shit. So maybe we can finally fucking lift that trophy. Now watch Fnatic lose to Mad Lions Koi the next weekend. Well, it's usually a good watch. Oh, man. I just hate watching Worlds because Europe sucks in Worlds. But hopefully Europe can finally fix their bullshit so we can get back to actually, you know, winning something. Really like Dota more than League. The graphics and characters are awesome. Got a win on G2 earlier this split, right? I think I heard something. Yeah. We smashed G2 in the first upper bracket final. And then we got to the final, and then G2 lost to Fnatic, and then Fnatic lost to themselves. That's legitimately what happened. Fnatic fucking owned G2 in every single one of their games in the final. Like, in every single one. Their final game, Fnatic had like a 9k gold lead, bro. 9k gold lead. And Fnatic somehow found a fucking angle to throw that lead and lose the game. So, yeah, hopefully Fnatic can fix their shit, dude, because they look good now. Just to be clear, they looked very good against BDS. They absolutely smashed BDS. So let's hope. Achillean, how you doing, brother? Joke like a motherfucker, dude. You have no idea. Like, they are the kings of joking. what you know about this story, and in your opinion, who was the hero of this story? Are you talking about Elden Ring, Philippe? I don't really know who the hero is. I don't think it's us. I don't know why, but it doesn't look like we're the heroes. And I don't know. Like, the whole world's lore just seems fucked. You know, it seems like everyone is just evil. So I have no idea. Maybe that blue chick. What's her name again, guys? The one with the 4 arms? She doesn't look like she's evil. Rani, that's the one, yeah. Maybe Rani is, like, not that evil, no? I'd say Mesmer is the hero. No clue about Elden Ring. By the way, what do you think about the Black Mesa site that popped a few weeks ago? Valve say it's not them doing it, but it feels strange. Dude, I would absolutely suck a hobo off to get my hands on Half-Life 3. I think we can all agree that would be a worthy trade. But I don't believe that we will get Half-Life 3. The thing is, if you listen to Gabe or Gaben, he doesn't make video games because he wants to make money. He makes video games because...
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit all that.
Yep. Gabe explains this. He only makes games when those games can push technology forward in some way, shape, or form. So that's why almost all of the new Valve games are like VR games, because he tries to push the technology. And it's like, well, fuck me, man. I don't want to play Half-Life in VR. I want a bog standard Half-Life, proper Half-Life 3 experience. The other problem I think I might have, and one of the reasons I'm not sure if Half-Life 3 would work nowadays, is what made Half-Life 2 arguably one of the greatest games to ever come out was the fact that this was the first game ever with physics. You know, like proper fucking physics, where you could do shit that you previously in other games wouldn't even be possible, and it would just work. I mean, if you think about games nowadays, the things that Half-Life 2 did nowadays would be considered trivial. It would be like, most games can do this already. So I don't know how much innovation you can have in a game like Half-Life for a Half-Life 3 to make sense. Free-to-play MMO, everyone is going to download that site. True. Back in the day, it was giant what they did. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, back in the day, what they did was fucking insane. Maybe if they could do like AI NPCs, that could be a thing, but let me ask you this, chat. What game has the best enemy AI you've ever played? Not just back then. I'm talking... This is an old game. This is a very old game. But what it has done, I have never seen replicated in any game. Not to that level. Bamdas, I don't even agree with that. Even though Shadow of Mordor does have phenomenal enemy AI. Absolutely true. Muxard, how you doing? Divinity, okay. Metal Gear Solid 2. I won't say anything yet, Digit. It's fine. Keep guessing. None of you have gotten it thus far. At least according to me. Now, this is just my opinion, but thus far, none of you have gotten it. X, take care, man. Enjoy lunch. The teacher NPCs in Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone for GBA. I never played that, so I can't really comment. We're talking specifically enemy AI, yeah. You're trying to tell me which game in your minds have the greatest enemy AI ever that's like ever been done. Far Cry enemies? Robots? Ishinashina from Sekiro often made me feel like I was playing versus a real anime swordsman. League of Legends, all my teammates are bots. Hard to say when they're made to lose. Dishonored 1 and 2. Jong, definitely gonna agree. Dishonored 1 and 2 have some phenomenal enemies. But when you play, so I'll give you guys my answer, right? When you play games like Dishonored 1 and 2, when you play most games, if you play it enough times, you can start to predict exactly what the enemy is going to do. So, and you can also just keep fucking hammering the same strategy over and over again, and the enemy will just not react. The enemy will just keep falling into the same trap. The one game where that rarely happened was Fear. 2 of you said that in chat. Fear. In Fear, if you headshot the enemy... Now, remember, this game is old as fuck. If you headshot 1 or 2 enemies, none of the enemies would stick their head out. Like, they would just stop peeking around the corner. And they would just start, moving in different directions. They would very quickly realize, wait a second, this is a killing lane. So they'll go around another area to just not be in the killing lane. They'll try to flank you, right? So one guy will be shooting at you from one angle, and then other enemies are trying to flank you. And this is, how old is Fear? Let's just fucking see here. When did the game Fear come out? 2005, boys. In 2005 already, the Fear AI was the most advanced AI I've ever seen in a video game. And to this day, I have not played a video game that did the same shit. Nowhere near. Now, even the AI in Fear did have its limitations. Once you start doing the same shit long enough, you'll start to notice the patterns. So it wasn't true AI, obviously, but they clearly paid a lot of attention to making sure that the enemy reacts to the shit that you do. All right, X, enjoy your food, man. Somewhere around the Golden Age, yeah, Fear had enemy AI almost never seen today. Yeah, you don't see it anymore. Strauss, how you doing, brother? Moving from Trinidad. Fear irritated me because of the AI. Wait, why? Mr. X from Resident Evil 2. I can add on that list too. I don't remember Mr. X. Anyone has played World in Conflict? Desert Storm? No, that doesn't sound like a game that I've played before. What's it about? Bob, yeah, but Melania is a cock in the ass to fight because she heals when she attacks, right? Anytime she hits you. So, for example, things that people would use to cheat the Melania fight, like summons, do not summon because she will heal herself to full against your summons. Things like blocking, can't block. If she hits, she heals. So that's the thing that fucks people up. Thank you. 3 months, part of the Regeneration. Aeon Tempest, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome back to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Passion of War? Benny, maybe you can do that, but from everything I've heard, she heals herself to full against the summons, so it is risky as fuck to do summons against Malenia. First, because I couldn't brute force, then I loved it. There you go. I feel like you've just described my exact experiences with Elden Ring. When I first started playing Elden Ring, I would feel super frustrated. Like super, super frustrated. And then you realize, wait. Death is part of the game. You should be dying a lot. And once I learned that, I was like, oh. What a fun game. Like, once you stop getting angry at the fact that you're dying, it becomes a super fun game. But if you're going to treat Elden Ring the same way you treat any other game, you're going to fucking hate that game. Because you're going to die a lot. A lot. But what would be your favorite game you ever played looking unfinished story? I would have to say it's a toss-up for me between Warcraft 3 and dude, I want to say Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Warcraft 3 story just, dude, it was fucking magical. Like, I remember replaying that game so many times. Just because the story was phenomenal. I couldn't get enough of it. It's pretty much what got me into WoW. And then Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, I did not, at the time at least, I didn't think games could be that good. You know, I didn't, that's when I discovered just how amazing of a, how amazing games are at storytelling. Orkane, how you doing, brother? Hasn't finished the ER story yet? See, Vengeance, that's true. When I was little, there was this one game, Heart of Darkness. Damn, that was a pain to finish. Wait, what was Heart of Darkness? It's a shooter game, PS1, but you have 4 different jars. Sniper, Assault, and Medic. Engineer, Assault, and Medic. And you could play as all 4 of them. I don't remember that, but I do remember a game. This was way back, also, I think, in the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 era. It was a game called Siphon Filter. Did any of you ever play Siphon Filter? Because that was also like a super fun game. That was just so much fucking fun, dude. Did anyone play Spellforce? That was my childhood game. Someone gifted me Spellforce a while ago, but I've never played it. Send you a video about that a while ago. A video about what, Grofile? Siphon Filter. Stefan, how you doing? I don't remember the video, but I do remember Siphon Filter and playing the shit out of that game. So much fun. We played it with my brother, dying like crazy. Sometimes hard games, dude, it feels like the industry has just lost itself with how it refuses to make hard games these days. Like, I don't know if I'm the only one that but nowadays it feels like every game has to be this sort of wild, it feels like every single game has to be as accessible as is humanly possible. Like, if every single human being, if the biggest fucking retard in the world cannot finish the game, then the game can't be made. So we have to basically make the game for the stupid people as well. Basically, if WoW Twitter can't play the game, it's not a game that must be played. And I don't understand it. Because games used to be difficult, you know? It used to be If you can't play a game, get good. You know? And then people would just fucking continue on their day. But now it's like, well, no, get good is an insult. How dare you? True. I've always been a huge fan of the Metal Gear Solid series. Oh, you and me both. Kiki, you and me both. Michael, how you doing, brother? What is this video that you sent me, Grofel? What is it that you want me to watch? Dude, that's 50 minutes long. What the fuck? Oh, Ashil, I saw that. I saw that. Back in the day, 10-year-olds could beat hard games easily. Dude, even today, 10-year-olds can beat hard games. The problem, of course, is that 10-year-olds don't... Well, they're making games... Well, I don't know. There is a video that... maybe we should just watch it. I've been wanting to watch it for a bit now. Been wanting to watch this video for a bit now. Okay, so we're going into serious mode now. So put your serious caps on. We're going to go to one of my favorite psychologists in probably the intellectual world at the moment. A man by the name of Jonathan Haidt. Now, Jonathan Haidt has been doing some very interesting research. Specifically, he wrote a book a few years ago called The Coddling of the American Mind. And specifically, this book explained why around 2013, 2014, 2015, you saw people become fragile. You saw people start to scream for deplatforming. You started seeing people scream for people to be cancelled. Students would start to protest on university campuses because the speaker is saying something that they don't want to hear. So the Coddling of the American Mind explained why this was happening. And he just finished his newest book. In this book, he is talking about young people and the shit that we're doing to young people. So if you are a parent here, this might be very helpful to you. If you are someone that might want to be a parent one day, this will definitely be helpful to you. So, yeah, let's see.
So what we're talking about really is civilizational collapse.
So we're not going to burn the technology. We need to delay it. You know, we can't be raising kids on this stuff. This stuff is not suitable for children. For 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds? No, just get rid of all of it. What we're doing to kids in preventing them from developing executive function is going to hurt them for the rest of their lives. So I think we will see a permanent effect on Gen Z.
That's a tragedy, John.
Oh, this is the greatest destruction of human capital in human history.
Jonathan Haidt, it has been a long time us trying to make this happen. You are the author of some of our absolutely favorite books, which really describe a lot of what's happening in modern society. Your latest one, The Anxious Generation, is talking about something that is crucial.
I just want to say on this, the anxious generation, he goes into it in detail in the book, and I've heard other interviews of him. I've not watched this video yet, but I've heard other interviews where he speaks about this. Apparently, have any of you noticed this? Just very quickly as a sort of off-the-cuff thing, if you're not under the age of 25. When I was growing up, I didn't know a single person that went for therapy. I didn't know a single person that was suffering from social anxiety. I didn't know a single person that was suffering from depression. No one. Everyone I knew was just normal, no real issues. Life was just fucking fine. And then suddenly, I wake up in a world where fucking everyone is suffering from some kind of mental illness. And for a while, I genuinely thought to myself, most of it must just be made up. Like, people must just be pretending to suffer from these mental illnesses, because fuck me, how did it just come out of nowhere? everyone's just anxious now. People are getting like anxiety attacks and panic attacks for fucking what? Like for something silly to happen. It's just like, how did this? Because I remember going outside, playing outside, and no one ever got a panic attack. I didn't even know what the fuck that was the first time someone said it to me. And apparently, it's as a result of social media. Because we've given kids social media around the age of like 12 to 15, it has completely rewired their brains. And to the point where they are completely fucked as a result of it. But anyways, yeah, it is wild.
To the future, I think. Tell us, what do you see, why you wrote it, what are your concerns, and what are some of the solutions?
Sure. Well, first, Constantine and Francis, thanks so much for having me on. Yes, I've blown you off for years, but I've blown off everybody for years because it's like, how do you get time to write a book when you have a full life? And so I had to be very rude to everyone, but here's my baby, it came out. Now, what is it? In a sense, it's a follow-on to The Coddling the American Mind in that book, Greg Lukianoff and I talked about how something really weird happened around 2014 or so, 2013, 2014. Greg first noticed it. And it felt to me kind of like a glitch in the matrix, like something changed right around 2014. Mm-hmm. We saw it in college students. They were very different than they were in 2012. And that's where you start getting the shout downs and the fragility and the claims about we have to stop this person, not because they're unjust. But
dude, I would not be able to survive on university campus these days. So when I was at university, most of the people on uni was pretty left, but there were a couple of like conservative people on campus as well. And I remember during the elections for the student body, one of the parties that actually won that was a conservative party. They won the election that year. And no one gave a fuck. You know, if you had a different opinion to someone else, people would just go, yeah, you know, agree to disagree and move on. Like genuinely, that was the extent of disagreements. It was, oh, so you don't believe in communism? All right, cool. You know, I guess that's fine. And everyone would just move on. Nowadays, you have a different opinion to me, you're literally Hitler. And that's the end of the fucking discussion. We're not even talking about it anymore. Or you're literally Stalin, right? Depending on who's having the disagreement with who. Not the North American ones anyway. Sounds like they are having a hard time. Well, according to the research, it's across the globe now. Even Europe is suffering from this now, Muxat. Seeing for the most part, I think since back in the day, it was frowned on to air your dirty laundry. Acedia, the thing is, I don't think it's only that, but I do think there is you do have a point. Growing up, you were taught that your weaknesses should be hidden, right? Because other people can use those weaknesses against you. You should be strong, you know, and you should try to live your life in such a way that you always put your strength or the parts of yourself that's strong forward and hide the parts that's weak. We've moved into a period now where people sort of fucking celebrate their weaknesses, you know? If someone has some mental disorder, how do you know? Like, how do you know someone is suffering from depression nowadays? They fucking tell you. You know? Like, no one hides that shit anymore. No one. Everyone just, the second they start talking to you, the first thing they do is they tell you exactly what their pronouns are, and then they follow that up with all of their fucking mental illnesses and their preferred name, how you should or should not talk to them, who they're voting for. There's like a list of things that you have to know about them before you're even allowed to have a conversation with them. And it's just like, bro, I don't, like, what? It used to just be hello, but I guess not anymore.
Because of somebody's mental health, all that was new. And at first we thought it was something about college students. And then we talked in the coddling about overprotection. We have a lot on the importance of free play, being unsupervised. So we have a whole part of the story there. And we have just like 3 paragraphs of speculation that, well, social media might have contributed to this too, because the timing is right. And, if you're born in 1996, beginning of Gen Z, you went through, you got Facebook when you were a kid and Instagram when you were going through puberty. So the timing is right, but we don't know. The data is not clear. So that was 2017 that we wrote that book. And then things just get worse and worse on university campuses, but also it becomes clear it's not just college students. It becomes very, very clear it's everyone. It's everyone born after 1996. And especially once it became clear that it wasn't just the US. It was exactly the same in Canada, the UK, Australia. We have more recent data. It's the Nordic countries as well. In all of them,
dude,
I was sudden shift.
I was sort of hoping that it would just be America. I was hoping it would just be America. The fact that I'm now hearing that it's everyone, it's like, oh, fuck me, dude. We are so cooked. And the reason we're cooked is, I guarantee you this shit isn't happening in this shit isn't happening in the Middle East. This shit isn't happening in China. This shit isn't happening in Russia. The very people that right now would like to see the end of the West, as it were, they don't suffer from this. So my question is, and I genuinely fucking think this is a question we should be asking ourselves. When World War II broke out, pretty much every single man that was of fighting age was drafted the world over. It was time to fight. And those men picked up their weapons and they went to fucking war. Do you think that would happen today? If a war between the West and the East were to break out today, how would that draft look? Hey, who would go? Who would go and defend the West? Because I can fucking tell you, some of these students are way too pussy to even go. They wouldn't even pick up a gun, right? They want to ban the guns. They don't want more guns. They definitely don't want to shoot the fucking gun. Shit, right now, are people saying fuck the draft? Yeah, pretty much, right? It's like the fall of Babylon, Greece, or in the Romanian Empire. When we have no real problems, we will create them and destroy ourselves from within. Kiki, you're saying something. Have you ever heard of Camille Paglia? If you haven't, go search her on YouTube and watch some of her interviews talking about the fall of America when you compare it to the late stages of the Roman Empire. Very similar. Very, very, very fucking similar to what happens now in America. And this was towards the end of the Roman Empire. You can tell a J-Dam from a 10-second clip by the sound of it, but he can't kill a fly in his room. But to be honest, if war like World War II started now, it will be a nuclear war. That is, of course, if all the countries involved are stupid enough to start firing nukes, but you are correct, right?
In the
Camille Paglia, Ian Tempest. Just search Camille Paglia. She's a professor in America. She talks a lot about third wave feminism, but also about societal collapse and how societal collapse happens.
Early 2010s. It really is like a glitch in the matrix. And I argue in the book here that what it is there was a great rewiring of childhood that happened in those years. In 2010, almost all kids had a flip phone. The iPhone was just coming in, but it wasn't that popular. There weren't that many apps. It wasn't social media wasn't on it. So in 2010, almost all kids have a flip phone or other dumb phone. There's no front-facing camera. There's no high-speed internet. You have to pay for every text you send. So you can't spend your whole life. In 2010, teenagers are not spending their whole life on their phones. They're using it as a tool to connect and get together later. That's fine. That's normal childhood.
That's how it should be.
By 2015, everyone's got a smartphone, front-facing camera, Instagram on the phone. We've got a lot of high-speed internet. You don't pay for texts anymore. So now, and there's so much going on. So the phone now becomes an experience blocker. And all the experiences that a kid needs, blocked out by this. That's why kids born after 1996, or after 1995, are just really different from those born just a few years earlier. On average, obviously there are exceptions, but on average, that's what the book is about. How did we create this anxious generation, and then what do we do now?
And
What do we
I
do
suppose
now?
the question is, given that all of this technology is here, we're not going to be able to Luddite our way out of it. We're not going to be able to smash them to pieces and whatever. So I guess it's a question of how do we manage this? How do we deal with the reality of modern technology, which, by the way, seems to me to be only going to accelerating from here.
That's right. So I have a whole email inbox where
So, Kiki, you're absolutely correct. And I'm going to get back to the question here because I do think it's an interesting conversation that needs to be had. What do we do now? But you are absolutely correct. If you think about it this way, and this is just my own theory, this is not said by anyone with a degree, but my own theory is this. At the core of, we basically have two brains, right? We have the prefrontal cortex, which is where most of our conscious thoughts come from, where we make decisions and, we sort of feel things and we experience our thoughts. And we have the ability to think about what we're experiencing. So, for example, if I'm feeling a little anxious today, my prefrontal cortex is the thing that allows me to think about that anxiety, to think about what is that anxiety and where is it stemming from. But the anxiety itself, the underlying feeling that I'm experiencing, that happens in the back of the brain, right? That happens way away from the prefrontal cortex in a part of the brain that we are not consciously aware of. Very little things happen consciously in that back part of the brain. And my thinking is this, my let's call it my hypothesis is this. When you see pictures of a giant flood with people dying, or when you see pictures of, a gunman running around shooting a bunch of people, your brain, I'm talking about the back part of your brain, doesn't know whether this is happening right outside the window or whether this is happening halfway across the world. It doesn't know. It's seeing these images of people dying and it's having a very visceral response because seeing those images triggers the fight or flight response. And so, thanks to social media, we are all basically in a perpetual state of hyper alertism, right? We're all hyper alert 100% all the time of everything happening around us in the world, and yet our brains don't know if what is happening halfway across the world or if it's happening right here, right now, and I should be worried right now. I think that's one of the biggest issues with social media. Then you factor into that the ability for morons to connect with other morons and together come up with moron plans, and social media becomes infinitely worse as a result of that.
where I send, every day I get emails from somebody who has an app or a website or something that's going to address the problem. And I don't even read them anymore. I just send them to this inbox and maybe someday someone will look at them. I've come to the opinion that there is no way to make the 9 or 10 hours a day that kids are spending on their phones, there is no way to make that nicer and safer. We're not going to smash the technology, but you know what? We can delay it. You know, when cars came out, they were amazing, and a lot of people died in them. A lot of children died in them. And eventually, we kind of realized we need safety features in the car. And you know what? You have to be 16 to drive. We're not going to let a 12-year-old drive a car. And I think the same thing, we're going to come to that realization about social media in particular, possibly smartphones. Just got back.
Yeah, but not as many people, right, die in cars nowadays as what used to. Cars were actually like a fucking death trap back in the day. My kid and I are working this backwards currently, small steps to drag out of that anxious mindset. Kimmy, that's a good thing that he has you and that you are sort of walking him through that. Because, yeah, I think, in my opinion, and I know Asmund said this a while ago and everyone sort of fucking, lost their minds as a result of this. But I'm saying it for a very different reason. I don't believe kids under the age of 18 should be on social media. I don't think kids under the age of 18 should have access to a smartphone. I don't think they should have access to social media. I think kids should be kids. They should do kid things. And only once they turn 18 can they go off and, live their lives, so to speak, join the real world, so to speak. Well, kids under the age of 18 in most countries can't drive. In South Africa, you get your learner's permit at 16, and then you get your driver's license at 18. Learner's permit, you can drive with someone else if they have a license in the car, but I think that's already, the law, no?
In the UK, and all the talk is, let's ban smartphones. Let's not let kids under 14 own a smartphone or not let them be sold. As an American, I'm not very fond of bans, but I think the norm needs to be, we're biological creatures, we're mammals, we have an evolutionary program called childhood, we have to let that unfold. Kids have to spend enormous amounts of time playing with each other, hanging out, teasing each other, unsupervised, no adult coming and saying, no, don't say that. Oh no, you go sit just let them work it out. Obviously, there are cases of bullying, we have to attend to that, but other than those limited cases, let kids work it out. Let them get most of the way through puberty. This is a key idea in the book. I really came to see that puberty is this incredibly important period where the whole brain is rewiring from the child form to the adult form, and it happens in stages from back to front, more or less. The last part to rewire is the prefrontal cortex. And this is happening, around 13 to 16 in that period. And it continues on to 25. But it's completely insane that when puberty starts, which is around 11 or 12 for girls and around 13 or 14 for boys, when puberty starts is basically when we give them a phone and say, how about no more real world experience? How about you spend 10 hours a day on this thing? And
do you think about how bad that is? During the time when your brain requires actual human experience, at its most, we stick a phone in their hand. And their lives literally just become this. Just the whole day on their phone, nothing. They don't see anything else. Nothing else is happening. It's just whatever is on the screen. I told you guys the stories about my cousins. My cousins, when they were like in high school still, you would go visit them and they would all be like this. You're talking to them. Now, while I was growing up, when we had mobile phones, if you were texting someone and someone started talking to you, you would put the phone down. It was considered good manners, right? To not be on your phone while people are talking to you. Nowadays, I literally see people at church, some of the young people at church, would walk around, like they would literally be sitting, talking to each other like this. Yeah, no, definitely. Just texting the whole time. Now, I must say, the nice thing is, it's only the new people at church. Like, what is interesting about my church, almost all of the parents in my church homeschool their kids. They refuse to send their kids to school. And it's sort of like a growing thing where about a year ago, a new couple joined the church with their 3 children. And after about 6 months in the church, they took their kids out of school and started homeschooling. And almost everyone in my church is like super skeptical of the government. So I kind of like that. And also you see the young people, the more they come to church, they stop bringing their phones because they realize no one else is doing that. Like no one else brings their phone to church and chats on their phone while at church. And so it's only, you can spot the new people at church with the amount of mobile phones there with them.
Your brain isn't going to, neural rewiring is this incredibly complex dance. And just as if we gave our kids alcohol every hour, that would disrupt neural growth. Well, I would say giving them 4 hours a day of video games for the boys or 5 hours a day of video games for the girls, it's going to disrupt neural growth.
And this is anecdotal, but I was a teacher for many years, and everyone's going to drink because it's now become a hack comment on this podcast from me. But one of the things that I noticed, because I was a drama teacher, and a lot of drama teaching in the UK is you give children a set of stimulus, and then they create their own plays, improvised plays around a stimulus. And I remember talking with the drama teachers halfway into my career, and we were going, I think kids are becoming less imaginative.
What year was this around? What?
This was around 2015,
Okay,
2016.
yep, that's it. That
And
would
we
be it.
started to notice that the quality of work that the kids were doing was degrading.
There's a lot going on there. The one thing I can say with some
That's an interesting comment. I was going through YouTube yesterday, just YouTube Shorts, just sort of mindlessly scrolling YouTube Shorts on social media. But I started to notice something. And it was while I was scrolling, about 6 shorts in a row, the exact same song playing, the exact same dance being done, same trained, 5 different people doing the exact same thing. And once I noticed that, I started looking at the other shorts and I started to realize, wait a second, but this is just like the whole fucking time. Like literally just every short is a short that I have already seen just from someone else doing the exact same thing, just, maybe 1 or 2 variations to the thing that they're doing. And I was like, bro, but this isn't creativity. This isn't like you're not creating anything. You're just taking what someone else created and then just copying that, just redoing it. And then you start to ask yourself something. Why are games and movies so much more shit now than what they were just 10 years ago? And you start to realize the kids that were in high school in 2013, 2014 have just now entered the real world. A few years ago, they went into the workplace. Most of these shows are now being written by these kids that were brought up on social media. And you start to realize, but wait a second, it's not that the shows are shit. From their perspective, this is the best that they can do. From their perspective, they are being original. They are being creative. They are writing something really good. They don't know what good is, right? Go back to live in communities and value the people that are around us. Having people of all ages interact with each other and share views really helps our psyche. But you can't make money with people being outside, spending time together and not consume content online. Kiki, you're saying something now that I have only recently started to experience at the church, right? Because the church really forces you to interact with people of all ages, young and old, right? Because everyone is sort of there and everyone's congregating. The amount of knowledge that old people have is actually insane. This isn't an advertisement for the church. Obviously, I would love if all of you would go to church, but I'm not advertising church here. I'm saying being in a community with people that are like in their 80s is nuts. It's like you're talking to this guy. There's one guy at the church. His name's Cecil. He's super old. He has Parkinson's, right? And when you first see him, you sort of think, man, this guy is like, looks a bit like looks a bit frail, a bit silly almost, right? And then you start talking to this guy and his view on life inspires you almost. You're like, bro, like, dude, you have Parkinson's, you can barely stand up straight, and yet still such drive for life. So much like the way he views problems is just completely different to how I would view the same problem. You need that. You need to be able to talk to people outside of your age group, outside of your, immediate family, to sort of get an idea of what's in this world and what you can get out of it, right? I value you, bro. You're not physically around, but you provide positive value in my life. Z Vengeance, I appreciate that, fam. Thank you very much. I try to, at least. So if I do, if I at least provide you guys with a little bit of time to relax and to laugh and to maybe learn something, not from me, obviously. I will never teach you guys anything. If there's one thing on this stream I don't do is teach you guys things. But if you can learn something from the videos we watch, then I'm very happy with that. Elodie, how you doing, brother? There is a movement of grandma on a bench. It gives kids and young adults a place to speak or just sit and ask questions. There is a video about it from a while back. That's good. That is very good. I want to see more of that shit happening.
Confidence is the fragmentation of attention. This is very general. The ability, so the one thing the prefrontal cortex does is called executive function. It's the ability to make a plan, say, you know, like this morning, I said, okay, I would need to be here at 9:30, and I thought about the different methods, and I made a plan, and then I stuck to the plan because I have a normal prefrontal cortex.
Yeah.
And if you disrupt that, if you're constantly, in the early teen years, if you're constantly being divided, you have all kinds of stuff coming in, that part doesn't develop as well. So this is one of the most common comments we hear about Gen Z, is that it's very difficult for them to stay on task. In fact, their brains have become accustomed to such a constant incoming stream of information that a lot of them have trouble watching a video because it's not enough stimulation. So they do this thing, there'll be, and people have sent me these things, there's like a video of me giving a talk, and underneath it is a video of a video.
So that's why they fucking do that.
Two things at once. Where if they're at the computer.
Dude, do you have any idea how much that annoys me? That's why they're doing this. Every single time I watch a short and the guy in the short is saying something interesting, but there's a game playing below it, I get so annoyed because halfway through, I'll be sat there focusing on this game, and then I have to rewatch the short because I completely zoned out the guy that was talking. So they're doing this because young people can't function if there's just one thing on the screen. Subway Surfer gameplay. Power Kirby, how you doing, bro?
They need the phone as well. And so this is inhuman. This is
fuck, dude.
What we're doing to kids in preventing them from developing executive function is going to hurt them for the rest of their lives. So
yeah, well, you can imagine that, right?
Now it's for creative.
You can imagine what happens if you don't have executive function. There's literally nothing you can do. How will you work? Work is all about executive function. It's all about having a task, knowing what that task is, and then figuring out how do you wish to complete this task, right? If you don't have that, or if it's cooked in some way, you're not going to be able to do anything. You got to focus on your job. But Asiya, the problem is that these young people can't even focus on a fucking video, right? Dude, we're fucked. And I know there might be people you're going, bro, every generation have said about the previous generation or the next generation that this next generation is really bad. You're right. The only difference is at some point, just because there's a thing called, I think, the historical fallacy. The historical fallacy is saying, oh, they've always said this is the World War III, right? They've always said this is the one, and it's never happened. Just because it's never happened in the past does not mean that it will never happen in the future. It would be a logical fallacy to believe that. This is, from what I understand, the first time ever that we can actually look at the younger generation and we can scientifically say they're fucking cooked. We can see it. We can see it in the way that they are. We can see it in the way that they act, the way that they approach things. So yeah, I would argue this isn't a case of just, the young people are fried like every other generation ever said. OG does really well with 19 things going on at once. Genuinely, I'm not too fond of most shorts. They do a pretty good job at getting your attention. True. I mean, ADD and ADHD isn't exactly a new thing. Power Kirby, the problem, of course, is when you have an entire generation of people that have ADD symptoms or ADHD symptoms, that is a super problem. Because you're right, ADHD isn't exactly new, but it's generally speaking supposed to be a very rare condition. It's no longer rare.
creativity, that's quite possible. I haven't studied that. I don't have like a specific mechanism. But in general, creativity requires you take in a lot of stuff and you put out stuff, and then you get criticism. So you've got to have this back and forth with the world to be creative. But now that kids are basically taking in 10, 50 times as much stuff as we did when we were young, the stuff is coming in, not a lot is coming out. And they're not doing a lot of writing. They're not writing books. They're not
reading.
Starting companies even. They're
Dude, I asked my cousin the other day, does he read? And he went, no. I was like, wait, so never? He's like, no, it's boring. I'm like, what do you mean it's boring? He's like, well, all the information is already on YouTube. I can just watch a video. And I'm like, I've spoken to you. If you are absorbing information on YouTube, you're not doing a good job of it. Something is very fucking wrong here, but reading is faster than watching a YouTube video. I would say it's not necessarily faster depending on how good you are at reading, but I will say reading is better than a YouTube video. You absorb a lot more when you're reading.
They're taking in so much stuff. So I'm guessing, I'm speculating, but that might be part of why you'd see a reduction in creative production.
And what was interesting as well is that towards the end of my time in education, I noticed that there were far more arguments, there were far more fights between kids because their social skills had diminished. Yeah. So they couldn't find a way to negotiate conflict. And people were like, oh, it's because they're spoiled. And I was like, I don't think it is. I genuinely don't think they know how to communicate effectively.
That's right. So what we need to develop one-on-one communication skills. And something I realized in writing the book, because I had to deal with this question of, well, aren't they playing online? Isn't that just as good? Aren't they socializing online? Like, what about a kid who's isolated? Here he has lots of friends. Isn't that just as good?
Yeah.
And what I realized in writing the book is, no, actually there are 4 ways in which online interaction are not as good or very different. So the first is that real life is embodied. And just what we're doing now, just like the rules of, like you guys are looking straight at me because I'm talking, but if I were to look straight at you while I was talking, that would be it's kind of weird because you don't do that.
Dude, I picked this up the other day. I was talking to, it was like me, my brother, another guy at the, at a coffee shop. We were having coffee on the beach. It was my brother, I, and another guy. And then this younger guy came by and he grabbed the coffee as well. And he started talking to us. And he did this thing where he literally just looked at me. Like, he's talking to all 3 of us, but he's literally just looking at me, talking. And I felt super uncomfortable. Like, I sat there thinking, whoa, this is very uncomfortable. Like, you're not even acknowledging the other people in the room, so to speak, right? There's other people here, and you're not even acknowledging their existence. He wasn't ignoring them. When they would say something, he would respond to what they were saying, but he would just look at me. No, Mukhtar, I don't think he was looking at me because, I looked good or anything. I think he picked one person to look at. It might actually have been I was the first person to speak to him. He was riding his bike. He's a cyclist. So I was asking him, where was he coming from and how far had he already ridden that day or cycled that day. So I think because I started the conversation with him, he just started looking at me, and then he would look at no one else. He would just look at me as if I'm the only person in the room, even though other people are talking as well. He's just having this conversation with me. And it felt awkward. It was like acknowledge the other people at least. Look, at least glance at them. Just give a little glance while you're talking. Have any of you experienced that with young people at all? Like, if you're having a conversation with young people in a group, is that just a one-off thing? Because I don't remember other times that happened, but I might just not have been paying attention other times.
So you have to work out rules of eye contact. And we're all communicating with our heads. It's not just our mouths. It's like our head movements are a very important part. So anyway, there's all these nonverbal channels. Online, you get emojis. and you get a lot of uncertainty. You say something, you don't know how it landed, and you're anxious until they respond. So it's embodied.
Just to be clear, Lodi, when I say young person, I'm not talking about like a fucking child. This guy was like maybe 24, 23, 24, maybe thereabouts, right? So no longer in college, but maybe just after college. So socially awkward and retarded, and then they blame everybody else to be awkward and retirement, but it's really them. True. I haven't noticed any patterns, but I also just don't get casual conversations often. That makes sense.
Embodied. Real life is synchronous. Right now we have instant, really rapid back and forth. And now on a Zoom call or in some video games, you have that. So some parts of the virtual world are synchronous, but most are not. It's text-based. I say something, you misinterpret it, and then you tell other people. We lose that connection. The third is that real life interactions are mostly one-to-one, or in this case, one-to-two, one to a few. You hang out with a group of friends. Mm-hmm. But once it becomes like a group text, where a kid is posting and there's 80 kids, like the whole class is on this group text, it's not playful anymore. It's performative and it's anxiety provoking. Because you make one misstep and your reputation is trashed. So it's scary. It's anxiety provoking.
Oh shit, yeah.
And then the final one is that real life communities in general are durable. Whereas online communities are evanescent. Maybe there's 500 people in a group, and most will be gone by tomorrow. Almost nobody's going to be there a year from now. Mm-hmm. So kids need to be rooted in permanent.
That is so true. Like, think about real life friendships. You and your friend can have one hell of a fight, and you'll still be friends, right? You'll figure it out. But it is true. Online, you can have one. This happened not long ago. Someone that I was actually pretty good friends with online. They said something to me and I didn't agree with what they said, and they just blocked me instantly. Just like instantly block. And we were friends for about 2 years. And for about 2 years, we would back and forth online on Twitter. And they said something to me, and I was just like, dude, I don't agree with that at all. Like, I don't think that's how it is. Block. I'm like, what the fuck? Like 2 years just like that? And it was a silly it wasn't even that big of a disagreement. It wasn't like a fucking, wait, you're voting for Kamala Harris? I don't agree with that. It was like something stupid. It was like about games or some shit. And I just had a different opinion about what was happening. And I got instantly blocked. Whereas you wouldn't do that to someone IRL. I think the other thing that I should also say here is I heard the statistic once, about 60 or 70% of what we say isn't verbal. Like, humans communicate much more with body language and with facial expressions than what we do just with words. Words is literally just the thing that comes out at the end. But there's a way in which you say things, your hand movements, your facial expression at the time. All of these things are part of the human experience when we are communicating with one another. Online, there's none of that, right? There's no communication. Like the communication that you're getting is not even. It's not even, I think, 40%, because part of the 40% of the communication that we get from verbal is also tone. And you don't even get that online. You can't know the tone of someone typing something, right? Thrall, how you doing, brother? They are looking for a casual perspective on how the expansion was and how is the new one looking. Get on the Poddy C. I don't know what the fuck the Poddy C even is, Thrall. But if they want me on, yeah, they're welcome to get me on. That's why I use this emote. If you destroy a real life friendship, you have to deal with the fallout. Online, you don't. Maki, very true as well. Like, super true.
Communities. This is part of the human developmental plan. And in the online world, they just dip their toe into hundreds of little things. This, I think, is one of the major reasons why the thing that happens right around 2012, it's not just anxiety shooting up. It's not just depression shooting up. It's the sense of meaninglessness. Mm-hmm. There's all these really sad questions on these surveys. Sometimes I feel like my life has no meaning. Sometimes I
To be fair, though, Thrall, I don't know any of those guys personally. I've never spoken to any one of those guys. I don't even think they know who I am. So, yeah, if they want me to get onto the podcast, they can ask. I'd be happy to give them my perspective of the expansion. But I'm sure they have other people they know that are fucking casual.
I think I'm no good at all. There's these really sad questions. And until 2012, the rates of agreement among American high school kids were very, very low. And then all of a sudden, right around 2012, as they moved
Wait, what did he say here?
The girls' social media, the boys' more put in these surveys. Around 2012, it's not just anxiety shooting up. It's not just depression shooting up. It's the sense of meaninglessness. There's all these really sad questions on these surveys. Sometimes I feel like my life has no meaning. Sometimes I think I'm no good at all. There's these really sad questions. And until 2012, the rates of agreement among American high school kids were very, very low. And then all of a sudden, right around 2012, as they move their lives onto the girls' social media, the boys' more video games, as they move their lives into the virtual world, they're lonely and they have a sense of meaninglessness. They're not rooted in anything. So this is why I call it the great rewiring of childhood. And it's become something inhuman, and we have to roll it back.
Dude, do you guys realize how bad that is, what he just said there? For those of you that might not have been paying attention, before 2012, on surveys, when kids were asked, when you were doing a survey and the question would be, my life has no meaning, I feel alone in the world, there's no point in the future, questions of this nature, most kids would answer, no, I don't agree with that at all. And I think back to my childhood, being 16, 17, 18, dude, your life is just ahead of you. You can't wait for the next day. You can't wait to finish high school, to go to college. You're so excited for what is happening next and for the journey next. And then in 2012, shit starts to change significantly. Suddenly, when young people are answering these questionnaires, they're agreeing. My life has no meaning. I have I don't really look forward to the future. I feel lonely. This is like, dude, you should not be feeling this way at the age of 17, 18. You have your whole life ahead of you. And before people say, yeah, but life is so much harder now than it's ever been before. We can't get houses. Life is just terrible. Keep in mind that I was a child in South Africa at the time. My prospects of actually getting a job was super fucking low to begin with because I'm not the right skin color in South Africa. The economy has been shit basically since 2004 in South Africa, so life was already very difficult back then when I was a young kid. And even then, you don't even think about this shit, right? You don't even think about that. Like, if someone says to me, yeah, but life is just so much harder now, kids can't even buy homes. You don't think about buying a fucking house at the age of 16. You're thinking about going out and getting drunk with your friends. You're thinking about like having, no 16-year-old is thinking about their financial fucking problems. Like the actual shit that you deal with when you're 25, 26, 27, the bad economy and all the rest of it, that isn't something that a kid would think about. So I doubt that those things would have an impact on that answer. It must be that something changed for kids, that these answers are now the answers being given. As a kid, you don't think about those adult problems. True. I've never heard of any of those people. Which people? Z Vengeance. The only one casual opinion, as far as it keeps their livelihoods alive, they wouldn't push anything that hurts endgame, but helps the overall strength of WoW. That's normal. Those are adult problems anyways. Oh, it is, if you're not born sufficiently wealthy, but there is a certain innocence in wanting to be an astronaut. Power Kirby, I don't believe that, because I went through the whole thing, right? Up until the age of 12, we were incredibly rich, like really upper class, right? I'm talking medical doctors in South Africa earn a fuck ton of money, right? So we were very rich. then my dad and my mom got divorced, and I was very poor for most of my high school, like very poor, to the point where the week before the end of the month, my mom would basically make the cheapest food possible because she had already run out of money. And I'm talking genuinely poor. And even then, I didn't think about that shit. I didn't think about, buying a house or buying a car. Why would I think about that shit, right? I'm a young kid. I just want to have fun. I just want to play games. I want to hang out with my friends. I didn't think about the financial situation that we were in. It's not until much later that I started to realize, oh, wait, my mom is actually she has financial stress. Which went until middle school. Nice, Lottie. What changed? Someone listed the people on that podcast. I never heard of any of them. So this is Jonathan Haidt, Konstantin Kisin, and Francis Foster. These two are just podcasters. They both comedians, stand-up comedians. Jonathan Haidt is the WoW podcast. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, they're PvPers and hardcore raiders, basically.
Just to finish this train of
Okay, to the
thought
mage,
with
how you
my
doing, bro?
experiences. One thing, again, this is anecdotal, but still I think it's important. So I was in high school. I qualified as a secondary school teacher in 2008. And I remember talking to the teachers and they were saying to me, you know what, Francis, bullying, because I always worked in rough, tough schools. They were like, look, these are deprived kids, It's always been a tough environment. But the bullying since Facebook, and I'm not even talking about Instagram or any of the others, when Facebook came into this school, the bullying got so much worse. And to take your point, I remember when I was a form tutor being handed printouts from parents of messages these kids were sending to each other. It was vile, utterly, utterly vile. And you just go, this is incentivizing this type of behavior because there is that. You can just say these things and there's going to be little to no pushback.
That's right. And you say them to get the prestige where you'd never say them directly to the kid face to face for a lot of them.
No, because you get punched in the fucking mouth.
What we call middle school in the United States, grades 6, 7, and 8, roughly ages 11 to 13. This is when bullying peaks. Around 7th grade is when bullying peaks. And these are very difficult developmental years, especially for girls. Their bodies are changing. They're insecure. They're being judged by their looks, by their breast size. But it's such a difficult time for girls.
Oh, dude, you can imagine how bad. Like, I'm not a girl, and I don't know exactly the extent, but I'm sure the girls in chat would be able to tell us. I think as a girl, puberty hits fucking hard, right? Because I don't know if any of you have ever seen a girl, sort of 15, 16-year-old. They're super fucking awkward, right? They're leaving the child phase behind where, a cute child, fucking child, and sort of getting into like being an adult, but still like it's this weird morph of still a child, but kind of starting to become normal adult, what you would expect to be an adult, and it looks awkward as shit, right? I imagine during that period specifically, if you're a girl and you hear like really mean shit said to you because no one has a filter because it's the internet, you can say whatever you want. I think that would be devastating, no? Welcome everyone, good to start work. Strauss, take care of yourself, fam. Thank you so much for hanging out, really appreciate you. Yeah, my nieces are going through that at the moment, keeping my distance because it's fucking awkward to deal with. Oh, shit.
And that's right when we introduce this crazy thing where everyone can say anything about anyone, often anonymously, and you take all the difficulties of adolescence, especially for girls, and you multiply them by 10. Oh, and then let's add in strangers. You can talk to strangers without your parents knowing. And, with all these platforms, they start off lovely, they start off fun, they start off playful. But any system you create, any ecosystem you create, unless you have an incredibly elaborate, evolving immune system, any system is going to be taken over by parasites, viruses, and exploiters.
Stefan, how you doing, brother?
For example, I'm just so horrified. One thing I learned about when I was in the UK.
Kimmy, that was lucky.
The rapid growth of sextortion. I'd heard about it for years. But apparently there's a Nigerian gang, the Yahoo Boys, And, the trick, that strangers can talk to your kids. And they do this to boys because boys are stupid enough sometimes to send a naked photo. If a beautiful girl says, let's swap photos, and she's been flirting with him for a couple of days, boys are stupid enough or gullible enough or desperate enough to do it. And the instant they send that photo, this person in the
boys are not just boys are waiting to send their dick pic to someone. So if a girl's asking, the boy's like, oh shit, I've been practicing for this. Let's go. Lol.
criminal gang says, now I've got everything I need to ruin your life. You have 30 minutes to send me $500 or I will ruin your life. I know all your contacts. I'm going to send this photo to everyone. I know where you live. And
dude,
so,
that's rough.
I mean, this is the idea that we're exposing boys to predators who not only can sextort them, but I read in one recent report, the FBI has linked 22 suicides of boys just to sextortion, which means there's probably hundreds of them, which means there are tens of thousands who are being sextorted and having their lives ruined. So the idea that in the most vulnerable, difficult transition from child to adult, we say, how about if you can all say things about anyone and you can be exploited by predators and you get these TikTok challenges urging you to do stupid things like kick people's legs out while they're jumping so they fall on their head. I mean, crazy, crazy stuff. So we're not going to burn the technology, but we need to delay it. Yeah. We can't be raising kids on this stuff. This stuff is not suitable for children.
And John, one of the things that is the origin story of trigonometry is our concern about people being prevented from speaking their mind, restriction of speech, and also it's clear from the way that social media operates that I worry about AI as well, in the sense that AI is learning about human beings from social media effectively and from online communication, which we all know is not how people actually are.
Oh, Kiki. I mean, I was watching a documentary about revenge porn. Dude, young boys might be going through this, right? With the Yahoo boys or whatever, the sextortion stuff that's happening. But the amount of girls that in a relationship, dude, I don't know if there's anything good about social media. I'm going to be very fucking honest with you. I don't know if there's anything good about social media. I was watching this documentary and they were talking to this one girl who now 3 years after the fact, as she was talking about it, she just broke, bro. She broke down. She was in a relationship with this boy for 4 years. Now, obviously, in the 4 years, she sent him some spicy photos, shall we say. They broke up, and within a month, this guy had sent the pictures that she sent to him and video to all of his friends. They sent it to all of their friends. The entire school know, to the point where the principal called her in to expel her because they thought that she was making porn. They thought that she was selling videos of herself. That's how she found out that this whole thing was going on. You could say lawsuit. The damage has been done at that point. But you have to think about this. You have things about your body that you're not super happy about, right? You have things about your body that you feel awkward about, right? That you don't want everyone to see. And suddenly the entire world has seen it, right? The entire world now knows about it. And there's nothing you can do. You can't take those things away, right? Those pictures can never be removed again. It's now out there for the world to see. And how bad do you think this is going to get? Like, how far do you think this is going to go before, this is just a normal occurrence? Best friend that shall not be named in fear of censorship, spread revenge porn. Yep, that's a thing as well. She's not going to let that go. Think before you dick sing. Jeez, that's horrible. I don't even want to talk about what I think should happen to that guy, because YouTube will absolutely like fucking ban me for that. But anyone that has the ability to betray another human being's trust in that way deserves things that's not, I'm not allowed to say that here, but they deserve bad things to happen to them.
Right.
Is how people actually communicate. And the reason is, one of the reasons is the word you used already, which is performative. So is there a way to make online communication more human?
Well, I think the telephone did an amazing job of that. When the telephone came in, it connected everyone in a good way. And I'm sure there were people at the time who had some objection, but overall, we've seen the telephone as a boon when you connect people directly. And I
Okay, let's leave everyone blind with an eye for an eye. Oh yeah, this will be getting unfathomably worse. Just think about AI-generated porn with the face of a girl. I'm getting sick thinking about it. Okay, Kiki, that scares me. It does, because very soon, and look, there's this ancient story. I heard it when I was very young, of a guy. There's two people, and the one guy started spreading rumors about the other guy. And after about 2 years of these rumors ruining the guy's life, the guy who spread the rumors went to the guy, he spread the rumors about, and he apologized. He said, "I'm so sorry for what I did. I never meant for things to happen this way. Can you forgive me?" And the guy said to him, "Come with me." And he took him right up to the church tower, to the top of the church tower, and he had a bag of feathers with him. And he emptied the bag of feathers just into the air, sort of let it float away. And he's like, "If you can collect every single one of the feathers in this bag, I will forgive you." And the reason I'm using that story specifically, even if it is an AI-generated picture, the overwhelming majority of people will not know that it's an AI-generated picture. And once it's out there, you saying that it's AI-generated won't do shit, right? Because most people won't believe you. And that story will now just be there forever. You will just forever be the girl that did certain things using AI. And it's like, holy shit. Like, what are you supposed to do? Because it is coming. I mean, when is the last time you've seen a new technology not be used for evil?
I think when Facebook first came out, many people saw it as a boon. There was no news feed. It was just, here's my page, I can put up pictures, and I connect, you're my friend, I connect to you. So in theory, social media could be beneficial, but they all, especially once Facebook developed the advertising-driven business model, where now it's not about not giving you a platform by which you can talk with your friends. It's now about how do I keep your eyes on the sites that I can sell more ads to my customers, who are the advertisers. The users are not the customers.
Yeah.
So I think, again, I get everyone has an idea for how to do a better online form of interaction, and I'm so sick of it. So I say, maybe for over 18s, yeah. For adults, let's have some better platforms drive out the bad platforms. But you know what? For 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, no, just get rid of all of it. Get rid of all of it. What we have to do is give kids back normal human childhood.
Yep.
So a very important point I'm trying to make to parents, everyone focuses on the phone stuff. You can't just take away the phones and the iPads and all the technology from your 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. You have to give them back something else. Which
I agree, Muxod. 100.
I'm sure okay, fond memories, go back to when you were 8, 9, 10. Think of a fond memory, say it. What do you see yourself doing?
Granddad's farm, playing, swimming in the river, being
with Granddad? Who are you with?
No, with...
Z Vengeance, my thinking would be, first and foremost, just the barrier to entry. So first and foremost, in order to do Photoshop to the point where it would fool people, you would need a lot of skill, right? So you would need to be very, very, very fucking good at Photoshop to do it in such a way that it doesn't just look completely fake. But then you would also need to sit there and actually do the thing, which means most people will not do the thing. The same with video. Trying to put someone's face in a video that doesn't actually belong there. you would need to do a lot of work, right? You would basically have to edit that thing frame by frame by frame. AI is going to make it so that all you do is type a prompt, right? One prompt, and anyone can do it. And as soon as they've done it, they can spread it and send it to literally everyone else. So it's not so much that, it's never happened before, and now it's going to be this. It's just going to be, I think, as Muxat said here, the quantity of it is going to increase, because as the barrier to entry decreases, there's going to be more people taking advantage of this. Wild guess that your idea of revenge punishment is probably banned in 48 countries and states. Yeah, Adrenaline Gaming, I would say probably, yeah. Something to that effect. Let's say the things that I would want to see happen would probably be almost banned worldwide for cruel and unusual punishment, which I don't think is cruel enough or unusual enough for what you're putting people through.
Our cousins,
right? Other kids.
Yeah.
That's right. And this is exciting. It's thrilling. You take risks. You figure how to swing. You throw a vine or a rope and you swing and you take risks and you might get hurt. That turns out to be really important. It's very important that kids need to sort of size up the risk, and each one has to adjust it to the level that he needs that day. And if you let kids do that, they will occasionally get hurt. But at the end of the process, they really can judge risk. And what we did beginning in the 90s, because the backstory here,
yeah, but Z Vengeance, are you suggesting that will never change? Are you suggesting that this is about as good as AI will ever be, or as accessible as AI will ever be? No one, not a single person is saying the current AI is going to be just terrible. No one is saying that. What everyone is saying is, if it continues the way that it is going, it will not be long before these things become a lot more commonplace and a lot more advanced than what they are now. And before free sites start popping up, which won't make it look as good as the paid for sites, but it could get very fucking close to being pretty decent at doing those exact same things.
Not just about the phones. The backstory is we got rid of the play-based childhood. In America, we freaked out about child abduction, but
and I just want to be clear, Z Vengeance, I'm not against AI in any way, shape, or form. I've said this before. This is not AI fear-mongering, I want AI to be banned. I'm saying this is going to get worse with AI. This is going to get much worse with AI. For now, Z Vengeance, no paid sites are allowing not safe for work. For now. But do you have a crystal ball? Can you guarantee that this will never happen? So there'll never be paid sites or unpaid sites that allow for not safe for work. You can't guarantee this, right? And that's the issue. The internet is the wild fucking west, dude. If it is possible to do, someone will figure out how to do it. Pictures are already photorealistic, a prompt, and it is done in seconds. Yeah, but Michael, the point Z Vengeance is making, which for now is completely valid, you can't do not safe for work pictures on any of the photorealistic sites. The sites that actually get close to photorealism, unless you have some kind of degree in programming where you can build your own, you're not going to get a not safe for work picture from these sites. But that can happen, right? And that will probably happen. The worst of the fear-mongering comment, not at you. All right, but I don't think anyone right now even is necessarily, is there anyone in chat that is just absolutely against AI?
Even in the UK, where you didn't have much of it, you still freaked out and lost trust in each other and got hyper concerned about traffic and said, no, we're not letting our kids out. So what kids need is a play-based childhood. That's what they had until the 1990s or early 2000s. And instead, at the same time that we were locking them up and saying, no, you can't go outside unsupervised. Oh, but here's a personal computer and, it has a dial-up modem and look, you can play video games and, oh, you can talk to your friends. And so in the 90s and early 2000s, kids were shifting over to virtual interactions. Their mental health didn't collapse then, actually. It was actually pretty stable in the 90s, especially in the 2000s, pretty stable. It's only once they make the jump from flip phones to smartphones, that's when you go from playing a bunch of video games at home on the family computer to I have the entire internet with me all the time and I can be flirting with strangers who claim to be sexy women. You know, you get the craziness once you get this.
That's
all the
wild.
time. That's why 2010 to 2015, that's the key period when everything collapses.
And John, one of the things that I think is inevitably something we have to be honest about is even if right now we did everything that you're saying, we still have one, maybe two generations who are just
That's a good question.
who've been raised in this way, and there's nothing that can be done about it.
So 2 points on different sides. One, I do suspect, because puberty is such a crucial period of brain rewiring, I do expect that that Gen Z will be less than it could be permanently. I think that Gen Z is not, even if we look at them in 30 or 40 years, my prediction is they'll be less successful than they would have been if they'd had normal human childhoods.
Fuck.
So I think we will see a permanent effect on Gen Z.
But that's a tragedy, John.
Oh, this is the greatest destruction of human capital in human history. We've taken an entire generation globally. Certainly, I don't have any data from the developing world, but in the developed countries, we've taken an entire generation. We've taken away what they need biologically to develop, risk exposure, hanging out time. We've taken all that away and given them something unnatural. So yes, this is, I believe, the greatest destruction of human capital in human history. I could be wrong. I'm making an argument that this is what has happened. But now on the positive side,
Okay.
even though there'll be a difference, I'm a social scientist, so if there's going to be an average difference, I'm going to talk about it and say this is incredibly important. But it doesn't mean that each kid in Gen Z is condemned to a life of anxiety, because the human brain is quite malleable up through 25, and even after that, we can all learn new thinking patterns and new behavior patterns. And so what's most exciting to me is the results I'm getting in my class at NYU. I teach a course called Flourishing. It began as a course just for MBA students in 2014, like teaching them how to have a more flourishing career. But once it became clear around 2019, just before COVID, that our undergrads are really depressed, just like undergrads everywhere. And so I volunteered to convert the course over to a longer, deeper course for undergraduate students. And so I limit it to sophomores. I want to get them pretty early in their time at Stern, at NYU Stern. And so they're all about 19 years old. And the point of the course is to make them smarter, stronger, and more sociable. And smarter, I show them that, since 2015, young people have had essentially zero attention. You don't have any attention to do anything. It's all sucked up by your devices. So if you have no attention, you really can't accomplish anything in life. Now, do you want that? Okay, none of you want it. They're business students. They want to be successful. Say, okay, you have $100 of attention every day, and you've given all of it away, so you have none to spend. Okay, now, let's change that. Look at your notifications. Look at how much time you spend on YouTube, on TikTok. One of my students was spending 6 hours a day just watching TikTok, just TikTok. And then
Holy
with all
shit.
the other
Dude.
stuff, we're up to 10, 12.
I'm laughing, but I'm probably spending just as much. The only time I'm not is when I'm working, right? But think about all the videos you watch, all the YouTube videos you watch. Not TikTok. Fuck no, I don't even have TikTok. I just have the account on my PC to upload shorts to. But I don't scroll TikTok ever. I'm talking about YouTube. I'm talking about normal YouTube videos. Now, I could make the argument, well, most of the videos I watch are educational, like this one. But that's still taking attention, right? That's still stealing my attention away from the real world, away from being able to work, away from being able to hang out with normal people. Oh, fuck, dude. Changes will have to be made, boys. Changes will have to be made. Muxadan, yes, definitely doom scrolling before bed can be like, I have made the conscious decision to no longer look at Twitter before I go to bed. Like, when I'm in bed, I don't open Twitter at all. And the reason for it is you open Twitter and then I get involved in fucking arguments with people. And before I know it, it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I have to be up at 5 to go to the gym. So I just said no. I have a very strict sort of schedule and routine when I get into bed. I go to bed, I read, one of my Warhammer books or World of Warcraft book, whatever I'm reading at the time. And then as soon as I'm sufficiently tired, I'll watch Would I Lie to You on YouTube, and then I fall asleep. And that's it, right? And I don't watch anything else. I refuse to watch anything else because with Would I Lie to You, I know all of the jokes already. So I just pass out as a result of it. I don't have to really pay attention. On the weekend, instead of chilling and doing hobbies, I scroll YouTube shorts for hours, and I hate myself for that. But then change it, Kiki. Change it. Go do something else. Go just go have fun somewhere else. Right? Most of the internet.
14 hours a day.
CDJ, very true.
But they get amazing results when
Big
they
Bang Theory
shut
to
off
sleep.
almost all notifications.
That
I showed
works
them to
as well.
Shut off, leave on Uber and a few others where, yes, I give Uber permission to interrupt my attention to tell me your car will be here in 3 minutes. Like, yes, that's worth doing. Mm-hmm. But, do I give some newspaper permission to interrupt me to say, Prince Harry says this, or, major weather pattern in Brazil? Like,
no, I stopped Instagram. I pretty much stopped scrolling Instagram probably 2 months ago. And it was only because I started to realize the effect it has on me seeing a beautiful girl. And as soon as I realized what effect that is having on me, I realized I have to get away from Instagram. Like I cannot be scrolling Instagram because generally speaking, all I watch on Instagram is people falling, like fails, people slipping on ice or people falling over or shit like that. But then every once in a while, there'll be a reel that pops up of a girl dancing or, just a girl sort of looking cute or sexy. And it has an effect on me, like an obvious effect, right?
Damn.
CDJ,
Thank you.
51 months part of the DJ Nation. You fucking rock star. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Far too kind. No, not like a boner, Elodie. I'm not talking about that. It has an effect. So the effect can best be described as an increased loneliness, almost manifesting as desperation. It's like in general, I don't mind the fact that I'm not in a relationship. I work and I pay attention to my work most of the time. But you see a beautiful girl and there's a thing that triggers in you that makes you want that to the point of almost self-destruction. The best word I have for it is it's a lust that awakens within you, and that feeling, that experience is incredibly unhealthy. And the reason I notice this is the experience doesn't go away after 10 minutes or 15 minutes or an hour. It stays with me for a few days. And it changes the way I look at girls. So from that moment that I've watched that reel, for the next few days, when I see a girl, I'm having the same kind of experience. Whereas if I'm not doing that, none of that, right? It's one of the reasons porn is also so super fucking bad, because especially for men, porn changes the relationship that you want with women. Instead of wanting love or wanting a relationship or marriage, a woman, and this is weird to say because I don't think most people will understand what I'm saying without experiencing it themselves. But my conscious mind, I don't think this about girls. But I remember when I was still actively watching porn, a few days after watching porn, you can't help but look at girls as simply a sexual object. Even though you know So when you're reasoning, wait, but no, she's more than that, right? She's a girl and you could have a relationship with her, you can get married to her. But your initial thoughts about the girl is she's a sex object, right? She's just something I want to use. And when I noticed that within myself, I was like, what am I doing? Why am I engaging in this behavior? And Instagram has the same effect, just not as heightened. It's not as bad as porn, but it does the same thing. The hunter instincts are kicking in. If only that was the case, Kiki. Hunter instincts does kick in. When I see a beautiful girl, out in the real world, yes, the hunter instincts absolutely kick in. You see the girl, you want to go talk to her, you strike up a conversation, obviously your hormones are driving you. This is something else. This is something much worse than that, right? Thank you, Kimmy. Props to your fantasy. Well, you can't really see everything attached to it. You only see what is presented above. So you only see posts by people who are having good days or bad days, not why it happened. True. It's really bad for mental health to use social media. Katie the Mage, I agree with that. It's anecdotal, but a guy once said to me that Instagram damaged his view of on women to the point where he thought that a perfectly cute and fine girl from his own city is just not enough because she is not the perfect 10 he could get from Instagram. He was really lonely for a few years and became more hateful. Kiki, I would say that that's more than just anecdotal. I'll use this example. There's a girl at church that I can honestly say is probably, like, to me, incredibly beautiful. But if we were to build a scale 1 to 10, and we were to say 1 is like Rosie O'Donnell and 10 is fucking Gal Gadot or whatever, right? Like, pick the hottest girl you know, and we put her at 10. She would be a 6 or maybe a 7, right? She's very average, but getting to know her, talking to her, she's like fucking easy a 9, right? Easy a 9. So where did these thoughts come from? Why would I look at this girl and immediately not be attracted to her? Well, it's because the view that I get of women, just generally speaking online, is not indicative of your average girl. When you think about this, the average girl that you see doesn't have a team of makeup artists doing the makeup to make sure that every blemish and every spot is covered up. The average girl doesn't have live Photoshop taking care of all of the blemishes and all of the bad spots, right? The average girl also didn't have multiple surgeries to remove any of the sort of ordinary things and turn those into brilliant things. The average girl is just average when you compare her to the superstar actors, when you compare her to the superstar models. She can never live up to that because her focus is on so much more than just, the superficial. And when all you see consistently is the superficial, when all you see consistently are girls that have paid thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to make themselves look cute, girls who spend hundreds of dollars a month on makeup to make sure that you don't see all the bad stuff, it's impossible not to compare all other girls to, the girls that you see online. And it happens for girls as well, just so that girls don't think this is only a boy problem. Girls think that the average male experience is similar to the guys that they meet on TikTok or on Instagram and on Tinder. They think that the average male experience is comparable to the guy she meets on Tinder, when in reality, the average guy isn't anywhere near as successful with women as the guy that she swoons over on Tinder, right? because these are the examples we see in our everyday lives. We believe that they must be indicative of everyone's example or of everyone's life, right?
No, So when I help them regain their attention, understand risk, understand that they need to take risks. This is one thing that's so exciting to me, is that Gen Z totally recognizes the problem. They're not in denial. They want to take risks. They want to grow. And so if you lay out a path and you say, here's the challenge, and then they do it together. So it's a very collectivist generation, more so than previously. But if a class of kids or if a group of friends or if a school, if they do it together, they make amazing progress.
Well, this is where I was going with it, and you were excited by the idea of this being a more collectivist generation. I have some questions about that.
Yes,
but
there's a dark side.
well, quite, and more broadly, I guess where I was going is,
Wife, and of course, just go outside and look around. But that's the problem. If you spend all your time on Instagram seeing, all of these girls that look near perfect because of filters and because of makeup and because of surgeries, then the average girl that you'll see in the street isn't ever going to be able to live up to that, right? She's just not. There's no point in even trying to get her to live up to that, because how the fuck can she? I saw this YouTube short of a guy. Now, listen to how fucking deceptive this is. The guy says every man deserves a woman like this. And then he shows his wife. And his wife had just cooked him a meal, cleaned the kitchen, obviously, right? Beautiful steak dinner, veggies, mashed potatoes, everything, right? And the girl is wearing high heels and a cute mini skirt, nails done perfectly, hair and makeup done perfectly. And I looked at her and I went, how the fuck did she cook that? What about the jewelry? Like, she didn't take off her jewelry? She did her makeup, her hair. She wears a mini skirt and high heels at home in the kitchen. What the fuck are you talking about? Who would cook like this? Hey, no one I know would cook like this. But apparently, he's selling a lifestyle here. And now you have young boys looking at that thinking, man, I can't wait to marry my wife that's going to be wearing high heels at home and always in a fucking mini skirt. Every girl I've ever dated looks like ass at home. Beautiful, but still, like, clothing-wise, sweatpants and a fucking hoodie, right? I've never dated a girl where, I come home and she's wearing a mini skirt. If fucking only. But you come home, and what's she wearing? Sweatpants and fucking hoodie, right? She's just chilling. She's at home. Why would she need to pretend to, like, be going out or some shit like that, And young boys are going to fall for this. Who cares what she's wearing outside the bedroom? Young guys who's never been in a relationship.
even though I think what you were doing clearly is magnificent and helping them. And I think with younger kids, there are conscious parents who are trying to, mitigate some of the consequence of this. I was sitting in a bar in Florida the other day talking to some guys next to me, and they were saying, oh, you've got a 2-year-old, what are you doing? And I was sort of, well, he's not getting any screens because my wife is a screen Nazi and I fully support her, And this guy was saying, oh, really? He seemed shocked. And he was like, oh, my 12-year-old's been banned from TikTok for posting videos of him fighting with other kids, So I guess what I'm getting at is,
Lily, how you doing?
Curious to hear, given that I suspect the mass of this generation isn't going to be re-educated, so to speak, in a Jonathan Haidt brilliant course, what are some of the social and societal trends that we are likely to see, especially when inevitably these kids start hitting the workplaces and start having influence and power and so on? What's going to happen then? I thought my generation...
Yeah, I fully support that, right? I'm just saying, you have this... The Red Bull movement really is my biggest fucking gripe with this shit, because they sketch this image. And I must say, I have two gripes. Now, I have nothing against traditional wives or wives who want to be traditional. Every woman I have ever met that wants to be traditional aren't making YouTube videos about trat life, right? And they don't have fucking Twitter channels called Trat Wife or anything like that. They just get married, find a decent man, have children, be a housewife, take care of her husband and the kids. They don't make a fucking big deal out of it. My biggest problem is that the Red Pill movement is selling a vision of what men is to young boys that very few fucking men will ever be able to achieve this. You know what the Red Pill movement is? At its core. You know what it is? It's the scam of like the early 2000s. I don't know if you guys remember this, but in the early 2000s, pretty much every fucker had a book out there. 7 ways to get rich. 7 ways to be wealthy. 8 steps to, secure your financial freedom. I don't know if you guys remember this shit. And every single one of these books would always say the exact same fucking thing. Buy property. Just every single one of these books would basically just be how to apply to buy property. And you think to yourself, well, if everyone buys property, then who the fuck is living in all these houses? Like, at some point, if everyone owns a home, no one needs a home. So who's buying the property and who's just buying the book, right? So this really annoyed me. The Red Pill movement is exactly this. They're making their money off of selling a lifestyle to young men that only a select few people can achieve because everyone else is watching the videos on how to be a fucking Red Pill man. So I have massive problems with the Red Pill movement. And then the Trat Wife movement, I am all for traditional women. Pretty much every girl at my church wants to be a traditional wife, wants to have a traditional family. I just told you guys, everyone at my church homeschools, and they're happy to do that, right? And so I have no problem with that. If that's what you want to be, go for it. Be a Trat Wife. But be fucking realistic. No Trat Wife is going to stand there with her mini skirt baking cakes in the middle of the week. Like, what are you talking about? Also, and I cannot stress this enough, if you do not have children, you cannot have the Trat Life lifestyle. What are you talking about? At some point, you're not a traditional wife. You're just lazy. If neither you or your husband have kids, then you both work. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just, what are you going to do? Sit at home and drink tea all day? Like, what are we doing? It's just, we're selling lifestyles that isn't achievable. Gets upgraded to wife. I'm the one baking the cakes. You're welcome to bake cakes, The Vengeance. End of the Trat Wife lifestyle. No job, no kids. It's boring. Dominus Steenster, I think... yeah, I think if you're, like, at least the woman in my life, they've all said this. If they didn't have children, they would absolutely work. Because the fuck are you going to do all day? At some point, you do have to do something. And just sitting at home all day would be boring and mentally taxing for every human being out there. So, yeah, I hate the lifestyle that people are selling. Staying home and caring for the house. There is so much to do. What are you talking about? No, Kimmy. I'm not talking about a woman who has children and has to take care of the house. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these Trat wives on Twitter and on YouTube that are married, and they're apparently the traditional wife making YouTube shorts about them baking cakes in the middle of the week. And if you don't have kids, at some point the house is clean. How much? Like, either you're making up everything, or you and your husband have the dirtiest lives in the fucking world. Dude, I clean my house once a week, and I don't clean because it's dirty. I just clean because you kind of have to clean the house. Like, how dirty can you make a house in one day? After you've cleaned the house and you've cooked food, which doesn't take that long. But after you've done that, what else do you fucking do? Like, if you don't have kids, so there are no kids, what do you do then? And if you say shopping, we're going to have a problem. I go shopping all the time. It takes 10 minutes. I have all the food I need. I leave. So, you know, I mean, at some point, I don't believe that Katie the Mage, I don't believe sitting at home doing nothing brings happiness. It does not. Human beings need, we need goals, and we need to know that we're making a difference. If all you're doing is sitting at home doing nothing, you are going to be the most depressed individual in the history of the world. Everyone wants to sit at home doing nothing until they finally sit at home doing nothing. Like, fuck me. I can't think of a worse existence. Well, when you go to multiply the shopping time by 10, I don't know about that. One of my best friends, who is a girl, shops faster than I do, bro. And I'm pretty fast. Like, I always thought that girls love shopping until I found out that no, girls don't love shopping. They do it because their boyfriends or husbands won't. Like, once I found that out, I was like, oh, that actually makes a lot more sense. Because I was going shopping with my friend, and I was like, I wanted to go buy books, and she wanted to go shopping. So I was like, yeah, all right, we can do that together. I hated it because it took a very long time. And then I asked her, so why do you girls love shopping so much? And she's like, we don't love shopping, but we have to do it. If I don't do it, who is going to do it? And I was like, that actually does make sense, I guess. Wife takes care of your mental health more than she does about your physical one. I'm still geeked about sorting my on little pantry. I finally did the container thing, and man, seeing it so orderly made my soul feel good. You and I have very different opinions of what brings happiness, Kimmy. Like, organizing my kitchen would definitely not bring me fucking happiness. But then again, I have one knife and one fork. So organizing my kitchen really isn't that difficult. It's pretty organized right now.
Generation were bad.
Millennials?
Millennials, yeah. Jonathan's work reveals just how the deluge of information available to us shapes our society. One of the key insights from Haidt's research is how this information overload is presented and how it can profoundly impact mental health and our perceptions. This is where understanding media narratives becomes crucial and where Ground News comes in.
Ground News is a powerful website and app that helps you navigate a sea of information. By highlighting media bias and showing how different outlets cover the same news, you get a comprehensive view of what's happening, both at home and around the world. Go to ground.news/trigonometry to check them out.
We rely on Ground News to stay informed and critically engaged. One of our favorite features is the blind spot feed, which highlights stories disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. This helps us see what topics are emphasized or overlooked by different.
I would never sign up for something like this. Not saying it's bad. I think Ground News is actually the best one. I use it when I need the news, but I don't have a permanent subscription to Ground News. And the reason for it is the news already fucking depresses me just from Twitter. I don't know how I would feel if I got the news, like all the fucking news daily from a website. Oh. No. I can do without that. Miracles, how you doing, brother? And half packs of cacao and green tea and specialty seasonings, etc. So yeah, all sorted. Feels so good. I still walk by and just open the doors and sigh happily. Nice, Kivy.
Different outlets.
Let's use Ground News right now to take a look at a story related to youth mental health, as the US Senate recently passed a bipartisan bill to reform online child safety and prevent bullying and harassment. Ground News shows that out of 142 sources, just 11 of them are on the right. Conversely, 31% of them are from left-leaning outlets, with the majority coming from sources in the center. Ground News pulls together all of the sources on one page, and if we take a closer look at the headlines, we can see how each side frames the story. The Washington Post, a left-leaning source, highlights that this raises pressure on the House of Representatives to act on the bill, while the New York Post, a right-leaning source, spotlights how this is landmark legislation.
This kind of balanced insight is crucial for cutting through the noise and understanding complex issues like the ones Jonathan Haidt studies. If you go to ground.news/trigonometry, you'll get 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan, which unlocks all the features you see here and more. By subscribing, you're directly supporting their mission to bring facts, transparency, and trust back to the news, a mission we at Trigonometry proudly endorse.
That site again is ground.news/trigonometry. Don't miss out on this incredible tool to help you stay informed and critically engaged with the news.
But the millennials were different in the way that every generation is different. So every generation has stereotypes of the one after them. They're soft, they're self-involved. That's been true for since about the 16th century. Once you get modernity, you get rapid change. Each generation thinks the one behind it is defective. But that's always been the case. What we have here is something very new. Gen Z is not just that they're different; it's that they're really anxious, fragile. They have no attention to focus on things, and they're just not very effective. And so, I teach in a business school. I speak to a lot of people in business, and I always ask them, how are things going with your Gen Z employees? I've only once heard a good thing. It's almost always like, oh my God. I mean, they're so anxious and they're always taking days off and they don't take initiative on things and they expect others to come and fix things. I mean, so Gen Z is not integrated into the workforce well. None of this is their fault. This poor generation, they were the first that were completely deprived of play, and then they were the first to go through puberty on smartphones. And then just as they're coming out of high school or college, just as they're going into the workforce, COVID hits. So this is a generation that they were just blocked and blocked and blocked from developing skills that will make you effective in business or in life. So there's no criticism of them here. There's sympathy, but it's not going well integrating into the workplace. And let's see, what was the other part of your question?
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, what is going to be their impact on culture, politics, and everything else? Because people who are highly anxious and all of the other things you list, I imagine the laws that they might want to pass are going to be different to people who are resilient. I imagine the way that they interpret existing laws is going to be different. I imagine, you mentioned being a collective generation. Like, what are they going to want?
That's right. No, that's right.
Socialism, baby.
So one of the things I'm very concerned about, I'm very concerned, I think you guys have talked about this too, is the difficulty of having a large, diverse, secular society. Human groups, we evolved in fission fusion communities. We're very good at coming together to fight another group, but once we reach a certain size, we tend to split. Civilization is a way of having much, much larger groups, traditionally united by shared gods, shared blood, and shared enemies. That's the human way. That's been true for 5,000 years. So you can have civilizations based on shared gods, shared blood, shared enemies, and those can be very stable for many generations. But in the West, we developed these liberal democracies. And as an American, I'd like to take credit. I mean, there are earlier democracies, but I'll take credit for, our founding fathers were incredibly wise political philosophers. They read history. They were amazing social psychologists.
Katie the Mage, it is I that have to thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me. Because fundamentally, I would not be able to do this if it wasn't for you guys. Without you, I would be a crazy person just saying shit on the internet. So I appreciate it. I'm still a crazy person, but I have an audience, so that gives me an aura of, significance, I guess you could say. But no, I appreciate all of you for coming out and entertaining me while I watch a podcast. My 12-year-old is very black and white. There is no room for gray. Hopefully this is not the entire generation. Omi, take that phone away, bro. Remove their phone. Get them back into the fucking real world. They'll fix themselves. We're all still in the closet. Z-Vengeance, it's only you that look at penises and go hard, bro. Like, the rest of us have already, loud and proud, sir. Loud and proud. Give them board games. No, not board games. Let them play outside, man. Like, what the fuck? I'm a millennial, Gen X, and I'm rather far right-winged. Bonky, yeah, but he's talking specifically here about Gen Z, so not the Gen Xers, the newest generation, basically.
They knew that democracy is unstable because people are passionate and the people can't just rule themselves. You can't have direct democracy. But let's come up with a system where you don't have direct democracy, but the people can throw them out of power. The people ultimately can say, no, we don't like this. So So they set up this elaborate, like almost like an elaborate clock with, counterweights and gears and pulleys. And at the time, Ben Franklin said, he was asked the famous line, he was asked, what kind of government have you given us? And he says, a republic if you can keep it. Meaning if the people have sufficient virtue to keep this going, you can keep it. But if the people don't have certain virtues, then this thing is going to fall apart. Now, the key to the American form of government, I believe, is that it's been called the American experiment, and what that means is it's an experiment in self-governance. So, the idea was, can we govern ourselves without a king? And the Europeans said, no, good luck, no one can do that. You need a king. You need a potentate, some power to,
And the fucking cowboys went, hold my beer, bro. Or hold my bourbon, or my whiskey, whatever the cowboys drank at the time. And then they shot the king. Not really, but they kind of did. And now most of Europe don't have kings anymore either.
And we said we're going to give it a try. And it was chaotic at times, but we kept improving and we solved a lot of our problems. And Alexis de Tocqueville observed in the 1830s, when he traveled around America, he said, actually similar to what you and I were just talking about before we started filming, that he said, when there's a problem to be solved, in France, everyone waits for the king to do it. And in England, they wait for the local nobles to do it. But in America, they form a committee and they each put in a few dollars and they say, we're going to build this bridge over this river that we need, or we're going to build a school or a hospital, whatever it is. So he admired this can-do spirit of Americans. And a key idea, which we developed, Greg and I developed in The Coddling, is in order to become self-governing as a nation, you need citizens who can be self-governing in their lives. Citizens who can work out conflicts without always going to the police or the courts. Citizens who can work out conflicts by themselves. And all of us had childhoods where we were forced to become self-governing because there were no adult, in the afternoon or on weekends, you're out playing. So it's those conflicts on the playground. You have a game and you say, well, here's the boundary. And someone says, oh, that was out of bounds. And you have to adjudicate, like, no, it wasn't. And how are we we want to keep the game going, so we've got to work it out. All that is essential stuff in childhood to create self-governing individuals, which can allow you to have a self-governing republic. What happens now? The kids are almost always supervised, so they don't get a chance to become self-governing.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. And to be fair, most of it is just whatever's on the homepage that I find interesting. But still, I appreciate you all being here and hanging out with me, spending time with me, even though I must admit this is fucking depressing. I'm getting depressed listening to this, not because it's not real and not because it's not true, but because everything he is saying right now suggests what happens if young people truly are in this hate space where they just refuse to take responsibility for their own lives and want the government to take responsibility because, they don't do it themselves. Are we heading towards a place where young people will just absolutely refuse democracy and instead would be very happy to hand over power to a dictator because the dictator has the answers, right? And at least with a dictator, you don't have to deal with the uncertainty of voting, and maybe the other side gets into power. This as well, and Tempest, that's true, but we've never had 2 generations effectively this screwed up. That's never happened in the history of mankind. So, refuse democracy. Look at what happened in the UK practice. Two-way rights. Hope everyone is well today. Roaming Firebat, how are you doing?
Some people say, oh, well, that's why video games are so important. It's the one place where the kids aren't being supervised. Well, guess what? There are no conflicts on a video game. There's no out of bounds. There's no adjudication. The platform does all of that. All you do is control your player and have adventures, but they're not real risks. Jumping out, my son jumps out of planes, many times a day and stabs people and shoots people. And it's just, it's not exciting in the way that, I don't want to say.
What he's talking about real conflicts, and specifically in the form of conflict resolution, which is a tool that we need as humans, right? There is no conflict resolution. So think back. I remember back when I was young, I'm talking like primary school era, we would play rugby against like touch rugby. And almost every single time we would play, it would end in a massive fight. Because the guy was out. No, he wasn't out. I touched you. No, you didn't touch me. That ball was forward. No, it wasn't forward. Some kind of thing that would pop up that you would be fighting over as a result of, the game that you had to figure out, right? Like, if I were to go to my parents and say, "Oh, he cheated," my dad would literally go, "Are you a tattletale?" Right? So my dad and my mom wouldn't want to sort this shit out. So we would basically, I remember once me and my cousin actually started hitting each other, like punching each other, fists, like fucking fighting. As a result of us not being able to agree on what just happened. And I won the fight. And so I was right. I don't know if I was right. I can't remember exactly what we were fighting over, but I remember the fight and I remember winning. And then we played the game the way I said. After he finished crying, of course. But, still. Africans play rugby. Hard shame. They don't play rugby league. It's hard. I still remember when you saying once how your dad told you to go back, solve your shit. Pretty much the same for most children in my country. Oh, yeah. There was no such thing as crying and then going to my dad and asking my dad to help me fix things. Like, fuck no. If I went to my dad crying, and not only would he, but he did. He would tell me, "Listen, you go sort your shit out." And my dad would usually, so for example, if I were to cry as a result of a game going a bit wrong, and I go to my dad and I complain, my dad would say, "Go sort it out." And then if I keep crying, my dad would literally come to me and he would be like, "If you don't stop crying now, I'm going to give you a reason to cry." And then you swallow those tears very fucking quickly. Like very quickly, like, "Oh, never mind. It wasn't that bad. I'll figure it out." And then you figure it out and you keep playing and you're happy as Larry, just doing whatever.
It's exciting in real life,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, growing up in the virtual world does not give you the ability to become self-governing in the ways that we need. So I'm extremely afraid that's a long-winded way of getting.
Omi, you want to know the most unfair part of that, right? So I got spanked in my life probably like 5 or 6 times, right? So my dad wasn't like, he had specific rules that I was not allowed to break, or else it would be a guaranteed spanking. For everything else, if I admitted what I did wrong, and if I was honest and I apologized, he would forgive me. But I remember whenever I got spanked and I cried, he would let me cry for a bit, right? So like maybe like 5 minutes or so, he would allow me to cry. And if I then continued to cry, and I remember as a kid, you would cry and then no one would come check on you. And then you would cry harder because you're feeling sorry for yourself. You're no longer crying because it's sore, or like in the beginning, you're crying because your ass hurts, right? But then eventually your ass is fine. You've basically, the effects of the spanking has now passed. Now you're just crying because you're feeling sorry for yourself and you really want, you want someone to come and console you. In my case, I want my mom to come and console me. But my dad was very, very strict in that. He told my mom from literally the earliest age, "You do not go and console him when he's crying like that." So I would cry, and then like 5 minutes later, my dad would walk into the room and be like, "If you don't stop crying now, I'm going to give you a reason to cry." Then you just swallow your tears and you fucking move on with your life, right? And I always, growing up, I always thought this was so unfair. You fucking hit me. You spanked me. And now I'm the one that have to stop crying. Like, I have a legitimate reason to cry, man. You just fucking spanked me. And now that I'm grown up, I'm like, man, I'm glad my dad did this, because it teaches you to sort of take responsibility, take the punishment, and move on, Point, look, I would prefer getting spanked. No, I got spanked, but for some, to be clear, I only got spanked a few times in my life, but when I got spanked fucking well. He made sure that I would never do that shit again. 2 spankings and 1 public beating, deserved all of them. I never got spanked in public. My parents actually had a very big like moratorium on that. No spanking in public. Because then what happens is if you get spanked in public, what you're doing is you're belittling your child, right? Because your child, everyone is looking, everyone is staring, and your child knows this, right? It hurts their ego, it hurts their pride, it hurts their being. So usually all that would happen is my mom would look at me and she would say, wait until your dad gets home. Then I would be I would be a little angel. The second my mom said, wait until your dad gets home, Angel Stefan. I am the fucking model poster child. I am nice. I am friendly. I am smiling. Because now I'm hoping she doesn't tell my dad when he gets home, because fuck me. So that's usually all that was needed. Wait until your dad gets home. That sorted all my problems immediately. Oh, public beating. Did you try to fight someone and they fucked you up? My mom was full MMA on my ass while I was growing up. Nowadays, we fight a lot. My dad has only ever hit me once in my whole life, but I'm never having an argument with that man. I'd just be like, okay, you're right. Sorry, let's move on. When you're rowdy as a child, though, I was very naughty. Very, very naughty. But most of it was just normal child stuff. My parents didn't mind that, right? So just me being sort of naughty and busy and always fucking doing something, my parents wouldn't do much for that. But if I was like, the thing that I got spanked, guaranteed spanking for me was disobedience. So if I was told I'm not allowed to do something and then I still did it, that was like guaranteed. There's no arguments, no amount of honesty, no amount of apologizing sorts that. You were disobedient, you were told not to do something, you still did it. Yeah, that was fucked. But for almost everything else, it didn't really matter, right? Everything else I could get away with and my parents wouldn't do anything. And also, I think my parents did the best they could. Obviously, most parents make it up as they go along, but they always try to explain, you know? So afterwards, I would have to explain to them why I got spanked, and then my dad would explain why I got spanked, right? So he would correct me if I was wrong. So it wasn't just like I was getting spanked for no reason. It's a legal year nowadays as well, Michael, but I don't think anyone has been jailed for it yet, because I can tell you this right now. I said this to my dad. This was like 2 weeks ago when my dad came to visit. I was like, Dad, if I ever told you you're not allowed to spank me because the police will arrest you, what would you do? And my dad literally looked at me and he said, you wouldn't have been able to sit for a week. And then my dad he thought about it and he was like, you better hope if the police lock me up, you better hope I never get out. Because if I get out of that prison cell, you are fucked. Just that. So if he spanks me and I go to the police and I fucking report him, I need to hope they lock him up for good. Because if I did not doubt the man, because I'm pretty sure he would have fucked me up for good if that ever happened. Is it legal but nobody cares? Yeah, most people don't give a shit. Some families are like that, bro. If you show any kind of weakness, you'd get the brutal end of the stick. No snitching. Is kneeling on rock salt illegal? Wait, who does that? Prince of Dumbasses. How are you doing, Princess?
It's possible that we'll have a complete rupture in American history. It's possible that Gen Z and later were deprived of the opportunity to develop the virtues that we've always assumed would be there. Not that I'm late baby boomer. Not that my generation did such a great job. I mean, Gen Z bears none of the blame for the mess that America's in now. But I'm afraid that we have ill prepared them to handle this mess. We're going to have a lot more. We've already seen it. they've been raised with these ideas of microaggressions and trigger warnings. So they think that many of them think that speech is violence. And Greg Lukianoff and FIRE have been charting this out. And I was doing also with Heterodox Academy, we charted out a lot of this. Attitudes towards free speech are really changing rapidly in Gen Z. Because if, we were raised with sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never harm me. Of course, names do hurt, but this was a way of saying, you know what? I'm not going to go ahead, insult me. I'm not going to react. But the new thing is, if you say anything that I can in any way interpret as a criticism of me or my group, you've committed an aggression, someone has to punish you because you're hurting me. And this means we are stuck in endless conflicts over somebody said something. This is something I hear from business people too. Oh, you see it especially in progressive organizations. There have been a few articles written about the chaos within politically progressive nonprofits because it's just constant conflict over someone said something. Like, can't we do our work? The older people say no, because somebody said something. So yes, I think we're going to see a change in values.
Elodie, you are currently, bro, the poster child of porn brain. Thus far, every single thing that could be made sexual, you have made sexual, sir. Have you not gotten any for a while? What's going on here, sir? My gosh, that must be such a frustrating environment. Dude, you have no idea. I won't be able to work with someone from this fucking current generation. It would just be so annoying because they're outraged by everything. And now you sort of think to yourself, this is what companies like Blizzard, companies like EA, companies like Activision, this is the kind of shit that they're dealing with now. These people who they have a grievance about everything. And every grievance has to be met with some kind of punishment for the person responsible. It's nuts.
And social abilities that may be incompatible with the American form of democracy.
Well, very much on that point, there was another thing you mentioned, and this is something that I've been thinking about a lot. You said people can unite into civilization that's bigger than, the Dunbar number of 250 people or whatever, or 100, whatever. 150. If they've got shared blood, shared gods, shared enemies. I would argue we've got at best one of them and the worst one, which is we might be able to say we have a shared enemy. And even that, I think, is in dispute at this point.
That's right.
How the hell do we keep this thing together?
Yeah. So
you don't have a shared enemy in America anymore. You already know this, right? You have one side of America backing Ukraine, the other side of America not necessarily backing Russia, but definitely not backing Ukraine. Then you have one side of America backing Israel. You have another side of America backing Gaza, or the Palestinians. The idea of America having a united enemy, at least, is in what fucking universe? In what universe? I'll tell you who has a united enemy. The Republicans have a united enemy insofar as they view all Democrats as the enemy. And the Democrats have a united enemy insofar as they view all Republicans as the enemy. So in that sense, yeah, you have a common enemy, but only with the other people that's part of your group, right? I don't know how you end this without conflict. I don't know how you bring that together.
So here's where there's a really wonderful Arabic word called asabiya, which I take from the 14th century Muslim scholar Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun was one of the theorists of cyclical history. You get these theories in ancient Greece, you get them in Islam, you get them today. The observation, he observed that a tribe would come out of the desert, knock over the soft, rich people in the city, take over, enjoy their riches, but their grandchildren are now pretty soft, and the same thing happens again. So there's an internet meme. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. So I think that is happening now. How do you keep? And those were tribal societies. These were still based on lineage. Those societies that he was writing about. In a secular liberal democracy like the United States, we have to. And asabiya is the word for like cohesion, trust, the ability of a group to act. And nothing creates asabiya like a foreign attack. So World War II and especially Pearl Harbor, that created America. I mean, that's responsible for so much of America's greatness in the late 20th century, because my parents' generation, everybody who remembers that attack, they all came together. For 5 years, everything was for.
Thing is, Michael, yes, you could look at Civil War and you could say, and I think right now the groundwork is pretty ripe for a civil war in America specifically, but that's obviously not going to bring the country together. It's very rare in the case of, like, for example, in America during your Civil War, where the Civil War leads to the country coming together. In almost all circumstances, civil war have one of two outcomes. The first is it completely splits the country apart, and ultimately you end up with these two separate states, or the civil war never actually ends, right? It just keeps going, it never ends. Look at Africa. There are so many nations in Africa that's been at civil war for the last 50 years, and it's nowhere close to being dissolved. Nowhere close. The two groups are, sometimes 4 or 5 groups, are fighting each other tooth and nail because every side thinks that they are the ones that's meant to rule. So civil war is maybe an outcome, but it's not going to bring people together. We still need U.S. help with China stealing our islands and ocean rights in Southeast Asia. Princess of Damascus, I don't know how much you need to rely on the US. Like, bad news there, but I don't know if the US is going to be capable of doing that.
For the war effort, they were united. And then when they went on to go into politics, they could work together. We call them the greatest generation. So having some, if you keep your eye on asabiya, you could, or cohesion, you can address this question of what can a large liberal democracy, a secular one like the UK or the US, what can you do? In the US, we've long had what was called the American civil religion, or civic religion, from Robert Bellah, sociologist. And, when I was growing up, there was a real reverence for the founding fathers, the flag, the Declaration of Independence, our founding documents. It really is religious. It's like, and the way they're presented in the archives, with like soft light, and it really is a religious thing that we had in America, the Constitution and the Declaration. Those were our sacred documents. So things like that can create asabiya, and especially in a diverse country like the United States. Of course, World War II did that. The Cold War did it. The Cold War is over. So we don't have the common enemy. In America, we never had shared blood. That's one of our great a risk point, but it became our great strength. And we found out, how do you stitch people together without the common blood? And so I think that's why we were such an...
Makathe, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. You're far too kind. A war with China would cause the biggest economic disaster the world has ever seen. It won't be happening. Nobody wants that. Elodie, never fucking say nobody wants something in the modern world. It would appear that there might actually be some people that want that. So I would not be so quick as to say nobody wants that. There's always some idiot somewhere that wants that. So yeah, let's not fucking go down there. And you can profit from that. An economic disaster is great for people that's short. Taking short positions will work really well. And then, yes, you have the Lockheeds of the world, the military companies that would love a war with China. The stupidity of humanity, CDJ, on point. So what may happen if the problem is dealt with? That is very true. I think the biggest issue that I have with... I think the biggest issue that exists currently in America would be the fact that I don't know how you deal with these problems, because the thing that the one side, Gen Z, wants is the literal opposite of what the other side wants to give them. So as we just listened in this podcast, the whole podcast really, it's all about Gen Z want greater government controls, greater safety from the government. They want the government to be able to solve their problems. And that's literally the opposite of what people my generation and older wants, right? I can't think of anything fucking worse than that. And so you are genuinely in this position where what is a potential compromise to the problem? Because usually you have to compromise, but compromise isn't possible when both parties are on the extreme end of the spectrum on their given problem. So I don't even know if you can deal with the problems that America has and maybe the rest of the world as well.
Example to the world of a liberal democracy. Shared gods. To a large extent, we did used to have shared gods. It was all Protestants at first, with some Catholics, and then sort of, the Catholic Protestant thing goes into a little bit of Jews, and Judeo-Christian. So, we did have a sort of a shared Western Christian, Judeo-Christian heritage, so diversity brings a number of benefits, but it also tends to reduce asabiya. So, I wish, and this is one of my points with Heterodox Academy, we really, really need good social science more than ever before. Maybe the 1930s, we needed it just as much.
Dr. Mr. How you doing, brother?
Science. And the social sciences are getting so ideological, they're not capable of doing full, honest exploration.
I don't believe I'm wrong with that, Dark Mephisto. I believe everyone else is wrong. I wouldn't have made the video if I thought I was wrong. If you, for a second, think that initiative is a good idea as written, I think you're wrong. You're attributing things to the government that just I don't believe the government is capable of doing.
Of any issue on which someone will say that's not politically correct, or that's you're not allowed to say that. So yeah, I'm very alarmed about the future of liberal democracies based on the older model that may not be applicable.
And it seems to me that this is all tied into mental health, but also the way social media fetishizes mental health.
Yes.
And as a result of that, that ties into a fragility amongst
Here we go, boys.
Gen Z. So I'll give you an example. So before we started this show, I helped to run a comedy club, and there was this very young, very good comedian actually, Gen Z comic, who turned up. And he went on, he didn't have a particularly good set, and he was booked for 2 sets that night. He turned around, looked at me and went, I broke up with my girlfriend 2 days ago. My mental health is really bad. I can't carry on. I can't do the second set. And he just simply walked out.
Right.
And I was utterly dumbfounded because I've never seen that type of behavior before.
That's right. It's unprofessional.
Katie the Mage, I am. The problem with right now is that for some reason the chat isn't showing YouTube chat. And everything is set up literally exactly the way that it's supposed to be. But YouTube made some fucking stupid change on their and they do this. It's one of the things that pisses me off about YouTube more than anything. They'll make changes to their API that then just fucks the ability to have chat show up on videos in a shared chat thing. So it's a nightmare. But yes, I am live streaming on YouTube as well. Oh, people can see the tubers. Okay, great. Then that fixed it again. Because, yeah, for some reason it didn't work last week. Now apparently it does work again. I can't read chat on that screen. I read it on a different screen. So I don't know what you guys are seeing. I just thought, since someone was asking, why can't they see YouTube? No, I have a live stream channel, Katie the Mage. So, well, I have Ackle on TV. This one. Oh shit! Wait, Michael. Oh, I missed your 100 donation. Really appreciate your fam. Can I get some hearts in chat for Michael Peterson donating money? Why didn't that show up? I don't know why that didn't show up, but I really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is wild. Okay, I have to go check what the fuck is going on with YouTube alerts at some point, because it's clearly not working as intended.
Professional. But it's the norm. If you have
Z Vengeance, you
anxiety,
son of
the
a
world
bitch.
must accommodate you. So yes, let's talk a bit more about mental health, because a lot more to say on this. Let's bring in the sex difference here, because this is actually very important. So boys and girls both got much more anxious and depressed. For the girls, it was a very sharp. It was in all the graphs you'll see in the book.
Fuck
the girls,
me.
there's really a sharp elbow right around 2012, at least in the United States.
Bro, are you guys seeing these numbers? Look at this. Major depression among teens. So this is the percentage of US teens between the ages of 12 and 17 who had at least one major depressive episode in the past year. 145% increase in girls since 2010, and 161% increase in boys since 2010.
Graphs you'll see in the book. For the girls, there's really a sharp elbow right around 2012, at least in the United States. Like it was flat, and then boom, it goes up like a hockey stick.
Oh my fuck. Emergency room visits for self-harm. So these are kids who self-harmed to the point where they had to go to the hospital as a result of this. 188%. I mean, boys have seen an increase, but fuck me, look at the girls, man. I don't know what we're doing, but statistics like this is not fucking good. Yeah, Mark, definitely social media plays a massive part in all of this, but just look at the results of girls, man. Like, fuck me. Oh, this is, like, this genuinely hurts me. Oh, wow. Not good.
For the boys, the curve is more gradual. It's not because 2012 is basically when Facebook buys Instagram.
Wait, what was that last chart?
It's not because
81% mental health hospitalizations, Australia. 81% increase for girls since 2010 and 51% increase for boys since 2010. Things are not going well, bros. Things are not going well here. Epic Thulu, did I say hello to you? If I didn't, how you doing, brother?
2012 is basically when Facebook buys Instagram. All the girls get on Instagram in 2012, and by 2013, their mental health is worse. Boys, it's more they're withdrawing from the real world. They've been getting into video games since the 90s. They're failing to do things that will toughen them, that will make them into men. They're failing to do things that will make them attractive to women later on. So boys are kind of they're kind of wimping out. They're not up to the task of a challenge like that. And they're all marinating in this idea about mental health. Now, one counter argument I've gotten is, it's not a real increase in anxiety, depression. It's just that Gen Z is so comfortable talking about it. That's a good thing. Like, they should be talking about it. We don't want stigma. Yeah, that's right. We don't want stigma. And my entire career as a psychologist, we've been reducing stigma. And by 2012, we were there wasn't much stigma left to saying you're depressed or anxious. Once the girls get on various groups, there are YouTube groups, TikTok groups, Instagram groups about mental illness, now what you have is girls talking to each other. It's overwhelmingly female, the mental health groups. Girls talking to each other with no professionals in sight, and an algorithm that means that whoever's the most extreme becomes the most prestigious. And so in certain pockets of social media, you get the extreme valorization of mental illness. And this is a horrible thing to do to girls. This makes them sicker. So this idea that, oh, social media is great, they find a support community, like, no, stop it. And here, I think Abigail Schreier has been great. I haven't read her book yet. I've been so busy with this, but I've heard her on podcasts. Just immersing kids in these ideas about illness as opposed to giving them opportunities to grow. It's a pretty good way to make them ill.
And also,
I mean, Monkey, it's bad, right? It's bad. This entire episode, he's basically talking. What they've concluded thus far is that Gen Z is the lost generation. They will never be okay, ever. And the sad part of all this is we destroyed them. They've been destroyed by the tools that we built that we thought was going to move humanity forward. Ferorius, how you doing, bro? We built all these social media companies and we allowed these social media companies to corrupt and destroy our children to the point where there's very little left of these kids. It is fucking disgusting. All those sites where you use your real name and pictures as scams? Whereas, what do you mean? Sounds like my husband. If he gets pushed too far, he blacks out mentally and ends up with the perpetrator choking as he holds them up in the air. Holy crap. He was abused viciously by his stepmom and father. That can definitely do it. Kimmy?
So as well, there's also always been a social contagion element when it comes to mental illness with teenage girls. And you see that with anorexia.
Exactly.
And actually, and I remember in one school that I didn't work in but was near to me, one girl tried to commit suicide, and about, I think, 4 or 5 of her friends then proceeded to do the same as well.
That's right.
And these girls were left with life-changing injuries as a result.
That's right. So I go into this in the book. One of the main differences between boys and girls is that because of the influence of prenatal testosterone, it shifts the brain over into what Simon Baron-Cohen in the UK, autism researcher, says, the male brain, it's all derived from the original brain, which is a female form. The male brain is shifted over to be a little higher on systemizing, a little lower on empathizing. Mm-hmm. And so boys are a little more socially clueless, more interested in things and machines, more drawn to computers.
Clueless, absolutely agree. We are fucking clueless. I agree with this. What else did he say?
Socially clueless, more interested in things and machines, more drawn to computers and video games, but less open to each other's emotions. They just don't notice necessarily. Whereas girls are more socially perceptive, more socially concerned. They have a much more elaborate mental map. They want to know who's fighting with whom, who's dating whom. They're more socially concerned. And so that can be a great strength, but it also became a huge vulnerability when social media companies developed this advertising-driven model where now you got to get attention. You have to play on their insecurities. You ping them. Oh, do you want to see what somebody just said about you? Oh, somebody commented on your photo. Come back. And as we all know, you're busy, but you say, oh, I'll just check it out for a second. And before you know it, you've spent 20 minutes going. So the girls are particularly vulnerable to being exploited by social media. They're particularly vulnerable to sharing emotions, especially negative emotions, anxiety, depression, anorexia. So, Abigail Schreier and I, I just, from what I've heard on podcasts, we generally agree about what's happening to kids. Our only disagreement, I think, is that she thinks that I'm putting too much emphasis on the phones rather than, the therapy and what the adults are doing. And I agree, I didn't talk much about that. She's right that that's a big piece of it. But part of my argument is it was the move onto permanent full-time phones and social media that allowed the crazy over-therapization by unprofessionals and people faking it, but that all floods in.
Dude, the amount of people on that are self-diagnosed with things like ADHD, bipolar disorder, anxiety, just every fucking mental illness you can think of, and completely self-diagnosed. And then, if you just self-diagnosed, right, and you sort of said, oh yeah, it seems like I may have ADHD, that would be one thing. But what ends up happening is you never spoke to a therapist in your life, and yet you demand that everyone else adhere to your self-diagnoses. Even though you've never been to a therapist, maybe you don't even have fucking problems, and yet you demand that everyone treats you as if you have this problem. It is fucking nuts, dude.
Around 2012, because that's when we have the great rewiring.
And also, if you look at what's happening to girls, particularly with Instagram, you get this, for want of a better term, pornification of society.
Yes, yes.
Where you see girls being hypersexualized. And I'm 42 years old, and I remember I went for dinner recently on a night out, and I looked around at all these young women, and they'd all they'd all had the lip fillers, they'd all had, the kind of hypersexualized plastic surgery at the age of 22 or 23, where they're in the full bloom of youth, and you're thinking to yourself, you don't need plastic surgery.
Yeah.
And you wonder what that's doing to women's mental health and self-perception when they get, when you see photos of people who don't look like they do in real life, but on Instagram they look a certain way, and also pornography as well on top of that.
That's right. There's so much to say about that. Just this morning, I sometimes read Stoic writings in the morning, and just this morning I was reading Epictetus, and he has a line about how girls at the age of 14, we call them ladies, and we evaluate them on their beauty, and this makes them, this makes them very focused on their looks, their beauty. He's sort of commenting on what a waste, how sad it is that girls suddenly are just appreciated as physical, and he says as sexual partners. So this is always a risk in society, that as girls are entering puberty, suddenly men are more interested in them. And, me growing up in the 70s and 80s, it was kind of like, my recollection was, it was a constant struggle to tell girls, you don't have to wear makeup. You don't have to look pretty. You should have a career. You should become an independent person. And boy, did we make progress in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And so to see now, middle school girls, they're spending a lot of time in Sephora. They're going to Sephora to buy expensive face creams and skin treatments. They're 11 and 12 years old. They have perfect skin. They shouldn't be thinking this way.
I think for all of the bad stuff that's happened with social media, and definitely a lot of this is driven by social media, I think there's also another element to this, which is, for a long time, we told young girls that if you get a job and you become the girl boss, you'll be happy, right? If you don't need a man, you don't need children, you don't need a family, you just, be the best version of yourself that you can be. And we sort of said the same thing to young men, right? Although more or less people say to young men, go fuck yourself, for at least the last 20, 25 years. Go fuck yourself, you're no good, you're everything that's wrong with the world. But girls, you go be girl bosses, no family, no kids, just live your life, be happy. And chase your dreams. What's also interesting, I was watching this, she's a female psychologist, I can't remember her name now, but she actually remarks how the thing that feminism tells women to be is basically be more like men. So have as much sex as you want, have sex every night if you can, different man every night, don't form relationships, don't form connections, just, go out there and live the life that you dream of. And you sort of look at this as a man and you think, wait, so she's going to want to have sex and not have a relationship? Fuck yes, let's go. Right? Like, you're literally becoming the porn fantasy that every man dreams about. Just tank it and spank it, right? It's as simple as that. So you've basically told young girls, become men. And I think a big part of this is that the girls are not finding happiness in this. And you just saw the charts. The young girls are not happy. More depressed than ever before, more suicide attempts than ever before. Princeps, how you doing? Life isn't good for young girls at the minute. And yet we keep telling them, just be more like dudes, Go.
Dude, spit on that thing.
Pretty much, right? We're just telling girls to keep going, embrace your sexuality and have as much sex as you want. And the girls are struggling because all the sex in the world is actually not leading to happiness. They're deeply unhappy and becoming unhappier still. And you just ask yourself at some point, who's going to be arrested for this? Because someone has to be arrested for this. Someone at some point will have to pay the price for what was done to young girls and young boys in this generation, because it is fucking devastating. If they are teenagers, then they aren't even old enough to start their lives, especially in terms of a job or career. She said, why not accentuate your natural whatever? Who's that, Kimmy? A nun told me to try makeup in the 10th grade. I didn't give a fuck previously. A nun. Holy shit. Erase the parents for being lazy and letting social media raise their kids. Epic Thulu. I agree with that. There's far too many parents out there that have basically handed their children over to the social media companies and just been like, yeah, go fuck yourself. We've fed the hyper-masculine characters their whole young lives and it doesn't destroy them. Principes, not really. If you think about the kinds of stories that young men grew up with, I'll explain from my childhood, right? You grew up with the story of the hero, the guy that goes out, slays the dragon and rescues the princess. But in that, the hero tends to have incredible moral values. The hero tends to care about the little people. He saves people from dying, miserable, horrible lives. Now, you could say that's ultra masculine, but it's also morally good, right? Do we want young men to go out and save people, or do we want young men to step on people? So for most of time, young men were really brought up with this idea of you need to be strong, you need to be confident and competent, and you need to save people. You need to help people, right? The issue is that for young girls, it appears as if the image that they've been given now is one that is actively destroying them, right? Yeah, of course, Principes, absolutely agree with you. It does. It plays directly into the dream that most men have, which is slaying the dragon and rescuing the princess. Does step on his enemies? So he says, yeah, pretty much, that is also true. In every bad social media case, there is an irresponsible parent, and the princesses in those stories are just valued for their looks, since their job is to wait, do nothing, and let a man save them. Epic Thulu, the story, what's interesting about what you're saying right now is if the stories of the prince saving the princess was a story that was deeply problematic, young girls would not be falling for that exact same story. Young girls they went crazy for Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, right? Cinderella. These are stories that they loved just as much as what the young boys did for various different reasons, but they also enjoyed the stories. You think about the girl boss stories, and then you look at what movies were super popular among women, and what do you find? Vampire Diaries. Vampires being super powerful, sort of immortal, strong beings saving the girl. The Twitter, the sparkly vampires, what was that called again? That was super popular among girls. Twilight, 50 Shades of Grey, super popular. And it all basically has the same thing, right? It boils down to the same thing that girls want. So, yeah, I would say it played into perfectly for what most girls want and what most girls dream about, even though the modern world would like to pretend that that's not at all what girls dream about. Girls dream about going into corporate offices and working a 9-to-5 job and absolutely being a girl boss. That doesn't seem to translate, really. I'm not suggesting that it's not true. maybe every girl here in this chat loves going to her corporate job and being a girl boss and can't wait to be the CEO of her company. I'm just suggesting that from the data, that does not appear to be the case. Princess Diaries is another one, right?
But because everything is about how you look, especially for girls, and the best way to look is sexy. That is, so they pose in the same way, boobs out, lips larger. There's a kind of a porn pose. Porn seeps down into the things they do. They've all seen porn. I mean, you can't be on the internet and not see porn. So they've all seen it, but it filters into the way the girls self-present. And again, just an unbelievable destruction of human capital. It's really clear with the boys who are dropping out of life, but it's really clear with the girls who are being shunted into a focus on beauty and sexiness. It's so sad.
And what effect is this exposure via the phone to hardcore pornography? We're seeing it in girls, but what is the effect that it's having on boys?
Yeah. So
Princips, do not for 1 second think that I am blaming girls for the position that they find themselves in. I'm blaming a lot of people for that. Young girls are not even on the list. Young boys, the same thing. I'm not blaming young boys for where we are in this world. I think both men and women have lost their purpose. And I mean, they discuss it in this podcast, right? Young boys have completely removed themselves from the real world, and they're living in their game world, playing video games with their friends, refusing to grow up. I can tell you, I just noticed this in my own life about 7 or 8 months ago. I have spent the vast majority of my life basically being a child, refusing to grow up, refusing to do anything that would even require remotely the concept or ideas of growing up. Because why would I? Right? I don't fucking have to. I can just live my life playing video games online. But then you get lonely. And you start thinking, but I would like someone to spend my life with. And then you look at who you are and you go, well, what do I have to offer? Like, if I go to a girl right now, I need to be able to offer her something that she can't get herself. And you realize, wait, but I have nothing to offer her. I have nothing. I'm overweight. I spend my entire life playing video games. I don't, like, I have no real hobby that I can even necessarily share with her outside of the video game stuff. Like, I don't have a life that I can offer her that would be better than a life that she could get with literally any other guy or just by herself. And that's when you realize, wait, but what have I been doing here? Right? Like, the purpose of my life should be to get married and to have children. This is why we're here, right? This is the fundamental role of every species on the planet, is to procreate and make more of, the species so that the species doesn't die out. And you've basically built a fucking life that has no value. If I die today, no value from this world is lost. And then you have to say, but wait a second, why? Why did I allow myself to live this fucking life? And then you have to make changes, and it's pretty hard, right? At my age, even, I'm not even that fucking old, but at my age, to make those changes is hard. And there's a lot of truths that you have to discuss with yourself, and a lot of things that you have to look at and go, I have a long way to go, right? But I think you have to. You have to. You have to become a man worthy of marriage. So, Princips, you are absolutely correct. One of the main reasons why a lot of girls today do absolutely girl boss and go at it themselves is because she is looking around her. She's looking at the men around her and she's asking herself, why? why would I go into a relationship with any of these fucking assholes? They're children. They've never grown up. I don't want to be their mother, right? So yeah, no, I'm not for a second suggesting that, girls have all these prime choices. I don't think we need it to be so biologically survival of the species. Kimmy, the fact is, no matter how you dress it up, that is what every species lives for, is to survive. Every animal on the planet, if you try to kill it, even I was looking at my dog this morning and I was thinking this, because I have a Labrador, like a white Labrador, and he has the most beautiful personality you could ever imagine. He has never even tried to bite me ever. He would never try to bite anyone. He just wants to play. He's like a little ball of love, right? You see him, he's just constantly looking to play. And I was having this thought of what would happen if I were to strangle him. He would bite. He would probably kill me because he's fighting for his survival now. That beautiful personality would go out the window the second he needs to survive. All animals, all species on this planet want one thing and one thing only, and that is to survive. Part of survival is to have children. You do not survive without kids. And one of the fundamental things that we require as humans, I think, and you can see this when you talk to men that has had children. The amount of men that I've spoken to who tell me that their lives changed overnight as a result of the birth of their children. The amount of men that are, just look at success rates for men. This is the fucking wildest thing. On average, men who are married are more successful than men who are unmarried. And now you might say to yourself, but yes, successful men are going to get married much more than unsuccessful men. But no. They look at the statistics of men that were absolutely equal before they got married. And then when they finally do get married, the men who are married outperform the men who are not married by insane amounts, which suggests that this is a fundamental need that we have that needs to be fulfilled. We can't help it, right? So yeah, it is just part of that, right? You have a choice, though. I would rather have a person that knows they're unfit or unwell and not fit for that life, abstain, that force themselves into a role that they're not suited for. Oh, I'm not suggesting for 1 second that people can't choose not to have children. Of course, if you feel that you are just not a person that can have kids, then that's fine. But I would also say never underestimate the power of having children. Because you might think to yourself, I won't be good at having kids. I'm to this or I'm to that. And then you might be a perfect parent. Your kids may change you, right? You won't know. That's just sadly the fact, right? You won't know. I don't think kids always have some profound change in a person. Epic Thulu, pretty much everyone I've spoken to have said this to me. Their children changed who they were. Because you hold this life in your hands, and you realize that you have to take care of this. This is your duty. In fact, this is the only reason you're alive, is to make sure that this little creature grows up and is happy. It sparks something in you. Someone will change you in ways you'll never understand until it happens. Behind every great man is a great woman. True. So you haven't spoken to dad who ran out on child support? Should visit the States, my friend. Epic Thulu, I am not suggesting that doesn't happen. Of course that happens. But the exception to the rule does not prove the rule. You will always have bad people in this world. And just because some bad people exist does not mean all people are bad. right? So it's very important that when you say to me, oh, so you don't think there are bad men out there? Look at this guy that isn't paying child support. I can show you for every one parent that isn't paying child support, I can probably show you 20 parents who are very good parents, who really care about their children. Sadly, as a result of social media, most likely didn't know about the dangers of social media, and so their children are now a fuck up through no fault of their own, really. Does there need to be before a rule isn't a rule? You think there's more deadbeat dads than there are good ones? Ebictulu, you'd need to provide me with a lot of statistics for that claim. You need to provide me with a hell of a lot of statistics for that claim. Because I don't believe that. And I can just anecdotally look at my own life. And I can look at the amount of couples that I know that are happily married and great parents versus the amount of couples I know that aren't happily married and aren't great parents. There's far more on the side that are great parents than what there are on the side that isn't. Definitely think there are more bad parents than good. I highly doubt this. Well, my parents were divorced when I was 8 years old. He went to prison, got out. He's changed and a great father to me. Don't need to provide statistics when we're having a conversation based on personal experience. The couples you know. No. But Ebictulu, here's the thing. You are making a blanket statement saying that the rule is that most parents or most dads are deadbeat dads, right? That's your claim. Your claim goes against the rule that the overwhelming majority of people are good and want to do good. You are making a counterclaim. For that counterclaim, you do absolutely require actual evidence, statistics. You need to be able to provide that statistics. In this one, you can't say, well, that's just my personal opinion. Your personal opinion is challenging the rule. So you can't expect me to entertain your opinion if your opinion goes against the rule. And as I said, I have no doubt that there's bad people. But your suggestion is that most people are bad people. And I don't believe that because none of the research, none of the statistics we have backs up that fact. Even dysfunctional families aren't deadbeats? No, you get a lot of dads who are divorced who are very good parents. They just happen to not be married anymore. Making a claim that people become good parents when they have a kid isn't a rule to which I know enough in my personal life to dispel that claim? No. I cited research. I told you that the statistics suggest that men who are married with kids are far more successful than men who are not. Right? That shows a success rate. I can give you another success rate. Do you know what the average divorce rate is of a couple getting married? Just to put another point in the basket here. What's the average divorce rate? Anyone in chat can answer this, by the way. Well, she's asked with pride. Then I appreciate that, bro. It's not 50%. The problem with the average is that the average is incredibly misleading. Your average marriage, so the average marriage, has an 80% success rate. Your average people getting married is about 80% will be successful. The problem is you have serial divorcees. So you have people that get divorced 12 times a year. They just get divorced one after the fucking next, one after the next. They just get married for a month and then they get divorced again. This drives the average down to about 50%, right? But on average, marriages are incredibly successful. Successful marriages would not be as successful if the people in those marriages were bad parents. Epic Thulu, no, because again, the average divorce rate is 50% due to serial divorcees. It doesn't mean that 50% of people who get married get divorced. This is where statistics can also swing wildly into the wrong areas if you don't know how to apply it. I was 24 after I got out of the army. For nobody that is young, they never get married before military. Why? What happened during the military? Shouldn't factor into those. I'm unsure of global stats, but last I checked in the US, first marriages failed around 40%, something in the US. Power Kirby, I doubt that. But I'm open to having my mind changed on that. But even then, you're looking at around 40% in the US. We'd have to go look into a lot of statistics. For example, how much is Las Vegas weddings playing into that specific thing, right? I think that would probably play a big role in that. I mean, physically change when a child is born. She went batshit crazy and started calling my first sergeant, threatening to kill herself. Holy fuck. Epic Thulu, you do realize the real number isn't 50. This is literally what I'm telling you. The real number is closer to 70 or 80%. The real number isn't 50. The 50 is simply the number of a bunch of men that just cannot fucking help themselves. I've known her for a week. She's my one and only. And then they get married. But the real number isn't anywhere near 50%. It's serial divorcees that's bringing it down. Mookside, yeah, fucking every topic is always going to be heated. Although I'm not angry. I don't really give a fuck. It's just that I highly fucking doubt that the overwhelming majority of dads are bad dads. Like I somehow just logically that doesn't make sense. Like you can just logically think about that claim and go, wait, that does not fucking track. Like that is just absolutely not possible.
So we covered this in the book. There is some research. It's a very difficult field to do experiments in, especially with under 18. You know, you can't do experiments with under 18. All you can do is surveys of what are you watching.
We should change that. We should be able to do experiments with under 18s. Like they just fucking hook them up to some drugs and see how it goes.
And we know that very few girls are daily, all girls have seen pornography, but very few of them look at it every day. Mm-hmm. Whereas the percent of boys who do is growing a lot. It's not, I don't sure.
So here's how, Epic Thulu, I would say you could think about this from just an opinion perspective to know that what you believe is just more cynical than what it needs to be. Look at your average high school. The average high school, about 95% of the kids there are perfectly normal kids. You have about 10% of the kids that are naughty, stealing, bullying people. Like, at no point have you ever had a high school where there's like one kid and 90% of the school is bullying this one kid because they all come from really bad households. The other problem, and this is why I use the school as the example, kids who have deadbeat dads tend to be very maladjusted, like seriously badly adjusted. These are the boys that become criminals. These are the boys that become seriously bad individuals. And that is not the overwhelming majority of people. That's not what we see in the overwhelming majority of people. So when you make the argument that no, the most, you said most, not overwhelming. I'm sorry about that. But when you make the argument that most dads are deadbeat dads, you would expect to see that reflected in the actual statistics. In other words, if it is most, then you're suggesting that about 50%, maybe 55% of all dads are deadbeat dads. Then I'm going to ask you, why the fuck is about 55% of the American public not in jail? Because kids who come from one-parent households are far more likely to go to jail, far more likely to be absolutely poor, far more likely to be unsuccessful in life. And yet, again, this is not what we see. These are not the results. Are there poor people? Yes, but they're nowhere even close to 20% of the United States. Are there people in jail? Yes, but it's nowhere close to half of the fucking United States. So when you make these claims, I would expect to see that reflected in the real world, and I'm not seeing it reflected in the real world. So where does this claim come from? And legal outstanding at the same time, it should be bad and illegal. So your suggestion here, just to make sure I understand what you're saying, your suggestion is all of these deadbeat dads, their children, even though their children are far more likely to be criminals, to be drug addicts, to be very poor, and to be fucked, all of these deadbeat dads, who are most of the dads in America, let's use America as the example here, their kids just happen to not be criminals or drug addicts, or at least not to the point where all of the other statistics would also make sense on this. Or, and this is just the flip side of the coin, you might be wrong.
Church the majority, but it's 20, 30, 40%. I mean, a lot of them are watching every day. And it's not like, a Playboy.
Cthulhu, that was never my argument. You're being incredibly fallacious and a little facetious as well if you say that that was my argument. I never said poor people are criminals.
Centerfold, a beautiful woman that you then fantasize about having sex with. It's hardcore, close-ups of anal sex.
You don't need to fantasize.
Yeah, that's right.
It's all
that's
there.
Right. It's all there.
That's
right.
wild. Okay.
And it shows a way, of treating women, roughly, very rough, and then they love it, or they, So if you imagine, a boy just beginning to feel sexuality, and whether they're gay or straight, it's all beginning at the same time. I don't know anything about gay porn, but for heterosexual boys, the attitude, what is beautiful? How do you have sex? What are women like? What do they want? And so one of the most disturbing things is the choking, that the boys are increasingly choking girls during sex. And some of them say, well, the girls ask for it. And I don't know, maybe some of them do, but I'm sure many of them don't. The point is, it's hard enough for boys and girls to understand each other. It's hard enough to learn to flirt, to be effective at it, to the point where you can then have a boyfriend and girlfriend, to the point where you might, go steady, to the point where you might fall in love, the point where you might eventually get married. All that has always been very difficult. And I think the pornification of childhood makes it much more difficult. I think we're going to see plummeting rates of marriage and childbearing. Those numbers have been going down steadily since the 70s, I think. Marriage and childbirth have both been going down around the developed world, it's not just the US, down steadily. But my prediction is when we get to Gen Z is now 28, the oldest. So I think we're going to see a real steepening, a drop in birth rates to be more like Korea, where it's, I think, less than one child per woman.
Oh,
so what we're talking about really is civilizational collapse.
If things keep going the way they're going, then yes, the trends are so bad that if we don't do something about it, then yes, we will have an ever-shrinking population of ever more anxious people. That's the way we're headed. But
Arskiz, the problem with your argument there, right? So I've seen a lot of people make this argument. oh, it's just too expensive to have kids. The problem is that it's not the poor people that are not having kids. It's the rich people that are not having kids. It's the middle class and upper class that are not having kids. So if the argument was that, oh, it's just too expensive to have children, then you would expect the poor people to not have children. Yet, poor people are not the problem. The problem is just that there's not enough poor people to be making enough kids for the whole country. We're seeing, so to give you an example, just to make this very clear, if we look at kids by income bracket, the higher you go up in the income bracket, the fewer children they have. When you go right up to the upper brackets of income, so before you get to like the billionaire class, right? So you go to the upper bracket, you will oftentimes find that most of them have no children or one kid. No more than that. So the argument that, oh, it's just too expensive to have children does not hold to the reality of the statistics that we have available. It just does not track. So you would have to explain why suddenly we see a plummeting birth rate from across the world. Now, I'm not suggesting that money doesn't have something to do with it. I do think money plays a role in it, but I think we'd be taking the easy way out if we only blame it on money. I think we do need to think a little bit more about some of the other things that could be impacting those decisions. We're living in an apartment outside the city for a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom right now is $2,000. That's bullshit. I agree with you. The difference between 1 kid and 3 kids is not a huge jump in money either. Again, true. It's not about that. It's too expensive. It's about providing the environment you want for the child, at least for me. Having a kid feels like a liability for me. It's really too hard to believe that people just don't want kids anymore. Epic Thulu, yes. Because this would make human beings the only species on the planet that have collectively decided in one generation, fuck it, extinction seems like a good idea. So the argument that, oh, yeah, people just don't want kids anymore. Yeah, how? How did this happen from literally one generation? So you went from a generation where people really wanted kids and still had more than enough kids to, no, I don't want to have kids. That's a marked change, and it is way too fast for evolution to be blamed for this. That you can't go, oh, but that's just natural human evolution. No, it doesn't happen that fast. It doesn't happen overnight from one generation to the next. In fact, if we look over the course of the history of the world, it's really only in the last 30 years that we see a marked decline in birth rates across the world. And then you start asking yourself, okay, what has happened? You wouldn't expect it to happen this fast. So yes, there's definitely no argument here about kids or people saying, no, I don't want kids. Just don't want kids anymore. There's a reason why they don't want kids. And it's not just because they've become too evolved for children or whatever. Doesn't it mean the actual money? It's a broad topic. You can also talk about money they want or can spend while keeping their current way of life. They themselves are more important for themselves than going through the struggle. Arshkas, now there, you're saying a very interesting thing. I do believe that you are correct. I think we live in an age where the average person is a narcissist. I think we live in an age where the average person thinks of themselves as the most important person in the world, the kind of person that everyone else should be worshipping. And I think we live in an age where the average person will not, under any circumstances, do anything that removes their own self-importance or forces them to give up their pleasures in any way, shape, or form. So yes, in that regard, I do agree with you, but I still don't think that has anything to do with money. I think that has to do with we have created a world in which every single person suffers from main character syndrome, and no main character wants to give up their spot for a little human being that will now become your main character. The more wealthy people I know talk about how costly kids are all the time. Epic Cthulhu, but that's just not the case. Kids are expensive, don't get me wrong. They're very expensive. But from most of the research that we have, people make it work. If that kid is your life and that kid is what you live for, you fucking make that work. Choice, when all have been affected by the world at large. We are breaking our own biology evolution. Cesius, that's of course the other part of it that we can also discuss because it needs to be discussed, and that is evolution, biology. What every single species on this earth wants to have children, wants to have offspring because it wants to survive. This is innate. This is built into you. By the way, the very act of having sex is to make children. That's where that urge comes from. Now, your prefrontal cortex have all sorts of ways of dressing that up into, oh, it's just for fun, it's just for that. But the drive, the urge comes from making children, comes from making offspring. That's where that urge is born, right? Animals have it. They go into heat, and then the urge drives them to have sex. It spawns from that thing, from that place. So your argument is that somehow humans have completely evolved out of it, right? Just completely evolved away from that to the place where now they don't want to have kids anymore at all. They're perfectly happy not to have children. Exactly, but there was an experiment made with mice 50-ish years ago. They were given unlimited food. They had no threats and lived in utopia. The mice completely stopped procreating. Kiki, now we're starting, I think, to get into the real meat and potatoes of the problem. If people were telling me that money was really the greatest problem and it was just too hard to live, my immediate answer to this would be, how do you explain the baby boomers? How do you explain that generation? Because that generation was created after the Second World War, when life was fucking rough, bro. Most countries in the world were completely fucking destroyed, had very little, and yet people were procreating like little bunnies, making kids left, right, and fucking center. You saw a massive boom in generations, right? And life was super hard. The answer may just be, as life becomes more utopian, humans lose the need for purpose. And when you lose purpose, you also lose the interest in seeing this species survive. Wasn't because they were thinking long term when they made those kids? You really think so, Epic Cthulhu? So you were there? You saw it? Like, you have statistics for this claim? Like, you seem to be making a lot of absolute claims with very little evidence for those absolute claims. And I wouldn't have a problem with it if your absolute claims were actually connected to the actual, the actual reality. But all of your claims seems to run directly counter to reality. Like, reality literally disproves your claims, and yet you're still making those claims as if, yeah, this is 100% the truth. And I'm just thinking, but how the fuck do you get there? Like, it's one thing to make a claim. I'm not the kind of person that just wants statistics or evidence. I don't give a fuck. If you make a claim that I can go and I can logically see, oh, this actually makes sense, I'm happy to accept the claim. But a lot of your claims today, at least, normally you don't do this, but today, for some reason, you're just making a lot of claims that reality disproves the claim, and yet you're making it with all your might. What's going on? In Virginia, I'm reporting what I lived through. Yeah, but Epic Thulu, you realize that your reality is insignificant. Just because yours is very subjective. But if you have like reality as in what we see in the world, then what you feel doesn't matter because the world feels something completely different. I read something about higher IQ people having fewer children because of deeper understanding of resources and cost. Jane the Fool. So the article there, I used to believe this as well. And then you actually look into the claims of that article and you realize it's complete bullshit. Like, none of the people that they claim were higher IQ were actually a higher IQ. In fact, most of these people that were claimed to have higher IQs were very average in IQ. So, yeah, that's just not the case. So yeah, I'm not suggesting that but I saw the same articles that you did. And I also for a long time thought, yeah, well, it's just smarter people who don't. I'll tell you guys this. I'll give you guys an example of how I believe your mindset affects this. 2 years ago, I'm being very personal today. I don't actually like being this personal, but, you know, 2 years ago, I did not want children. I didn't want to get married. I wanted nothing to do with the whole thing. I thought it was a scam. For the most part, I thought the whole thing about marriage, why the fuck would I need to? You can just be happy, you know, and you can have a lot more fun when you're not married than what you can have if you're married. So I did not want to get married. I definitely did not want kids. Like fucking at no point did I dream about having children. And as most of you should know by now, round about 6 months ago, maybe a little bit later, I gave my heart to Christ and I became a Christian. And in those 6 months, my entire viewpoint on life changed 180. Completely. Now, some of you might say, oh, you're just impressionable. If you knew me, you would know that that isn't true. I won't say that I'm not biased. All human beings are biased. All human beings suffer from biases. This does happen. But I'm not a very impressionable person. I'm not the kind of person that gets swept up in things. And before you think, oh, you've just been influenced by the church, I can give you multiple examples of disagreements that I'm currently having with my church. And me and my pastor have a lot of discussions. I will say not heated because we never get angry at each other, but we disagree on some things. And I challenge him on a lot of things because I'm not one to just go along with shit. But I will tell you straight up, my view on marriage has changed entirely. Not only do I believe marriage to be important, I view it as necessary. You must get married. It's what we are here for. And kids is an absolute top priority. And you want to know what changed in the last 6 to 7 months? The only thing that changed, I recognize that I am not the main character. And that I can say with absolute honesty. I am not the main character of this story. And that mindset change, what God did for me in changing my mind on that, has put so much of my life into perspective. Like, so much of my life has been brought into focus as a result of that change. And I'm not suggesting for a second that my experience is indicative of the world's experience, but I do think it has some merit. Princeps, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. The consciousness is real. Hey, Echo, Mrs. Fullbuster, how you doing? You've always been a traditionalist. I have always been traditional, but insofar as I've always respected the traditions, and I've always respected people, and the concepts of tradition, but not. I mean, I think you and I even spoke about this before, Savan. You know, not wanting to get married, and all the rest of it. We are literally the only species within the whole span of the planet's course, and 7 mass extinctions, from a great freeze to a carbon output larger than anything we could ever imagine. Tectonic plates moving so rapidly into fire in all time. After some unique with humans, not just evolution in time, an evolution and already had its course and had proven to provide anything close to human mind with all the time it had. I'm doing good, thank you. And yourself? Just chilling for a bit before I play some more Inquisition. How's Inquisition going? I'm not a Christian. I'm glad that you found purpose. Kiki, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I mean, my story is... I think I've told you guys my story before anyway, so it's not like it's new. I doubt anyone should be surprised by it. But yeah, I do think that there's something to be said about it. Dominant species on Earth, when we haven't explored even half of the oceans that cover 70% of it. Well, do you really think that there's going to be a species under the ocean that's going to challenge us, Sea Vengers? Except for some seriously OP fucking octopus, maybe. Like maybe some crazy octopus is waiting for us. It's been going good. Been making good headway on the second DLC. Nice. I'm happy to hear that. Your story, but if you feel better for sharing it, then share it. No, Epicthul, I don't mind. Like, I've shared it before. I just, want to be clear that people know. But no, I've no, like, I don't care about sitting here and sharing the story the whole time. I have a religious channel now for that. I have a channel where I upload videos about my thoughts on life and shit like that. Cthulhu City Builder. Oh, fuck yes. I want to see that, actually. Wait, did we quickly finish this video? What are they still going to be talking about here? Wait, he's still talking about interesting things here. We'll react to that after this, but there's a section here why I'm no longer a progressive. I want to get to that. So... We're first finishing this, and then we can watch that other one.
But I think we're going to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm so excited about with this book is, I'm used to being Cassandra and prophesying doom and gloom in our universities and our democracy and all these problems, and now AI. I have a lot of writing that's doom and gloom. But this one is the most optimistic thing I've ever done, because once you understand how we got into this, once you understand that it's a collective action problem, that the reason why now in the UK, I was just in Britain, 24% of your 5 to 7-year-olds have their own smartphone. Their own smartphone, 5 to 7.
That's insane.
Because it's just like, it keeps them quiet, gets a babysitter. Life is easier for us if our 5-year-old has his own phone.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing when he said this is the most optimistic thing I've ever done. I was like, fuck. Okay. I mean, I feel like I want to kill myself, but I'm glad that this is optimism. If this is optimism, I don't want to know what the pessimistic shit looks like. Maybe we're getting it now.
But we got into that for a lot of reasons, but one of the main ones is because if you don't give, as you're going to find, if you don't give your kid screens and everyone else has them, your kid is going to feel left out. If he's the only one.
Right.
So the trick is, how do you make it so that nobody's the only one?
Right.
We don't have to get 100%, but if we can get even 20 or 30%, suddenly, it's easy.
There's
for
a community there for you to be part of.
Exactly.
Yeah, the non-phone community.
Yeah, that's right. So what I propose in the book is, there's a lot of specific suggestions for parents, for teachers, for...
I know how we can do this. I just don't know how we enact it. But if you were to turn mobile phones or not having a mobile phone into the equivalent of punk culture. Like, I remember back in high school, we would listen to like metal and punk and, you know, all sorts of like hardcore music. And the reason we would listen to it is most of the other kids wouldn't, right? So we in the rugby teams, we were sort of seen as the, you know, we're the others, right? We're sort of like the cool kids. We don't listen to the pop. We listen to hardcore metal. Counterculture. If you want to get young people, you make it cool not to have a phone. It's like smoking. Why did I start smoking when I was 16? Because it was cool, man. Like, I know most young people today would not understand what the fuck I'm talking about. But when I was in school, smoking was the coolest thing you could do by a mile. Like, just, there was nothing cooler than smoking. Nowadays, it's the most uncool thing you can do. But it was cool because not everyone would do it. Most kids would be too scared to do it. Most kids would do what their goody two-shoes doing what their parents tell them. So if you were one of the cool kids that smoked, you know, you were really cool. I feel like that's what we need to do. Tool for the banal phone, tracking my every move. Exactly. What age group are they talking about? For these, I think it's young. Epic to do. These are like young kids, right? These are like, if I'm 12 to maybe 17.
But the 4 norms, if we understand it's a collective action problem, then with 4 norms, we can break the collective action problem. We can escape collectively. They're so simple, and we can do them all. I'll just list them. No smartphone before 14. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No smartphone before high school. In the United States, we have this nice clean break between 8th and 9th grade. So just keep them out of middle school and below. Let kids have a flip phone or a phone watch, but no smartphones.
Okay.
No social media until 16. This stuff is not appropriate for minors, but I think 16 is a reasonable sort of minimum age at which we would allow kids on. Phone-free schools, and this is a no-brainer, and this is really happening. The phones are such gigantic distraction devices. Test scores around the world have literally been going up for decades and decades and decades until 2012, and now they're going down and down and down. Not just from COVID, it started in 2012. So phone-free schools from beginning to end of the day. And then the 4th is far more independence, free play, and responsibility in the real world. So if Constantine, you told me you and your wife are raising your kid without screens, that's going to be a very lonely life unless you have a few other families. If soon your son will have friends, just be in touch with the friends' parents. They probably share your concerns. And if you all agree, we're not giving screens, but you know what we're going to give? Every week they're going to have a sleepover, these 4 boys. Every week they're going to have a sleep. It's going to go 2 days long. You know, they can go down to the store and buy candy for all we care. Just let them have fun together. Now it's thrilling. Now it's not deprivation. It's fun. And that's what we have to give them back. So,
Power Kirby, don't get me wrong. I fully agree with you. I think in the modern age, it is no longer okay for people to use the thing of, kids are just more tech savvy than their parents. Fuck you. I had a computer from the age, dude, this I will guarantee you right now. When I have kids one day, there is no shot that they will be able to do stuff on the internet that I will not know about and that I will not be able to stop. Because I know exactly how parental controls work. I know how to block that shit on a router level so that even if they wanted to get past that shit, I would be able to see if they made changes in the logs. So fundamentally, as a parent, you have to take charge of this. You have to become educated on the stuff that your kids are working with. And I understand that it's super hard, right? Because life is moving much faster than what most parents would ever have been used to. Like, if you think back to our ancestors, a giant leap forward was when someone came out to them and said, hey, I have an ox that can plow the land, right? That was like, oh shit, the technology is moving too fast. Like, how are we ever going to keep up with this shit, right? That was then. So we're clearly way past that point of learning how to operate an ox-pulled plow. But as a parent, that is your responsibility. You have to learn how to fucking do that shit and how to keep your kids safe. And I think also, just to be clear, I think there is a giant reward and also a giant hidden success in just being honest with your kids, right? Explaining to your kids why you don't want them on social media. And I think if you trust them enough to be honest with them, they might actually listen to you. Caleb Knight, how you doing, brother? Did you know that Donald MC Trumps and Elonius Mascorius had a chat for over 2 hours? I saw the chat on Twitter, but I don't I don't know if I care. I wouldn't watch any politician for fucking 2 hours. They holy shit. I might watch that when I'm playing like games. Like maybe tonight when I'm playing LOL Swarm, I'll just have that on the side and basically never fucking hear what anyone's saying. But still, it was like to be in the DMV with your child acting like a bored child and being able to shut it down with a screen with a cartoon dog on it. I mean, he had children as well, and many parents have had children as well as at the same time. The question is, why is your kid acting the way that your kid is in the DMV? What has gone wrong? What are you incentivizing within your child? I'll tell you guys a story. It was a short that someone uploaded. Someone was recording this kid screaming and yelling in a supermarket, and the kid was yelling because the kid wanted some kind of toy, and the mum said no, and the kid started yelling and screaming at the mother for not buying her the toy, and the mum goes, okay, fine, go get the toy, and the kid shuts up and runs and go gets the toy. And I immediately thought, you have just fucked that child for the rest of their life. Great job. Because now, what if you just taught this child? If you act like a brat, if you scream and yell, if you don't get your way, people will give you your way. So just act like a complete knobend and you'll be great. What should have happened there is you should have told your child, wait until we get home, and then you should have spanked the living fuck out of that kid. Never again will that kid do that, ever. Trust me, I was that kid. I only did it once, and never again. To be honest, I'd rather give my kid a Nintendo handheld over a phone. Morning, how you doing, brother? This guy explains topics like this as if they were an adult, as opposed to, say, talking down to them or saying that's just cause, you know? That is also true. We've been there. Well, yeah. Maybe she burnt the toy in front of him. I'm not suggesting that spanking is the only way to raise your children, but you need to have a firm hand, right? You need to be able to put your foot down and tell your kid, hey, fucking enough. And then your kid needs to listen. Spanking was just the way it would work with me. If my dad came to me and said, time out in the corner, that would not have done it for me. I don't think you should ever hit a kid. It should never be needed. Nexus, I can tell you, right? Kids like me, I fucking deserved it and I needed it. If my dad came to me and said, oh, you're grounded. Fuck no, I don't care. If my dad gave me a good talking to, that would not have done shit. My ass being on fire, that fixed shit. Like, I was never mind, right? Never mind. I can't fucking deal with this. I'll stop doing this immediately. I'm not suggesting all kids. So, for example, my cousin was never hit in his entire life. He was never spanked. And he grew up just perfect. Nothing wrong with him. Perfectly well-balanced human being. But he was also the kind of child that talking could help. All his dad had to do was talk to him and he would listen. He would immediately listen and do what his dad said. My brother almost never got hit. I think in his entire life, maybe once or twice, he got spanked. For the most part, once my parents spoke to him, he would instantly listen and he would do it. Me? If my parents told me don't do this, I would go, well, that sounds super fun, though. I'm going to try and do this. So it was sort of like, but I think I think capital punishment, this is at least according to all of the research that we have. Capital punishment is incredibly effective if and only if it is ever utilized as a last resort. The problem is that a lot of parents go at it as like the first thing, right? The kid does anything and it's like instantly fucking spank that kid to shit. That doesn't help because now what you're basically doing is you're teaching your children. It's not capital punishment. What's the corporal punishment? Sorry, yes, capital is hanging. Corporal punishment. Corporal punishment should only ever be a loss. Well, you could do capital punishment, I guess, for kids as well. That will fix a lot of fucking things permanently. Although not many kids, but it will be a permanent solution. For specifically, ill-behaved children. But no, I'm talking about corporal punishment. So corporal punishment is very effective as a last resort, not good as a first resort, right? Rezek, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, sir. And I think there is value in holding that as a trump card when your kid refuses to fucking listen to you. But if you just dish it out, your kid will just start to accept, oh, fuck it, this is just how it is. I'll be naughty, I'll get spanked, and I'll move on. So, for example, in my case, my dad had a strict rule. For everything, if I was honest and I apologized, I would be forgiven on the spot, unless I was disobedient. So if I was told I'm not allowed to do something and then I still did it, that would be instant spanking, no fucking questions asked. No amount of apologies, nothing. That was just... So I understood the rules, and the rules were told to me very clearly from a very young age. I remember the first conversations I had about my dad about this was me getting the fucking rules. So I understood the rules of the game, right? And I got spanked, I said to Chad, I think 5 or 6 times in my entire life. So it wasn't like I got spanked fucking every day. It was like 5 or 6 times when I was disobedient, I would get spanked. And it was also always within bounds, right? It was never like fucking crazy, just getting beat off to shit. I never misbehaved enough to justify spanking, but my sister did get spanked for, I think, drinking alcohol at 13 and lying about it. Oh, shit. My parents didn't spank, but the nose in the corner worked. Standing up for 4 hours, not moving, kills the legs. Night Banshees, I mean, if that worked for you, great. I don't think that would have worked for me. I was a naughty little bastard, just to be clear. I would have spanked me. I think the biggest thing for parents is doing what you say you are going to do. If you say you're going to give them any kind of consequence for their actions, then you have to follow through so they understand both trust and consequence. Very true. Very true. I remember the one time I got spanked, not for being disobedient, but for being... Well, you could probably still classify that as disobedience. My dad... I asked my dad if I could do something. And he said no. And then I went to my mum and I asked my mum if I could do the thing. And my mum said yes, because she didn't think that it was such a bad thing. And my dad didn't spank me there and then. He told me I'm not allowed to do that. And if I ever do that again, he will spank me. If I ever do that again, like him, he was very angry. Like my dad was fucking beyond angry, bro. Fuming. And I think like a month or 2 later, I did it again. My friend. I wanted my friend to come visit. And I asked my dad if my friend can come over. My dad was like, no, because we're going to, I think, my aunt's place or some shit, so my friend can't come. So I asked my mom if my friend can visit. My mom said, yeah, sure, it's fine. Dude, not only did I get a spanking, I was not allowed to go to my aunt's house that night. Like, I had to stay home with the nanny because I was, disobedient, but also because I was doing what I wasn't allowed to do. And I went against my dad's wishes. So, yeah, you should, if you say you're going to do something, do it. Teachers are legally obligated to report when children talk about being hit. Yeah, well, as I said, I asked my dad once what he would do if I went to the police because he hit me, and my dad straight up just said, "You better hope I never get out of that prison. Because if I get out, you're fucked." And I believe him. I believe that I would have been fucked as a result of that. Plus, I respected my dad way too much. Like, I would never have gone. I understood that he did it out of love. So I was obviously never going to go to fucking, to anyone and say that shit. But to be fair, also, I grew up in a time where my teacher spanked me. I'll never forget this story. I'm in economics class, and our teacher, Mr. Nall, he's left the class. He's gone to the principal's office or some shit, right? And I'm sitting in economics class, and two of my friends are having a major fucking disagreement, and they start beating the shit out of each other. Now, I'm talking fighting. Desks are flying everywhere. They're tackling each other. I mean, not gonna lie, the classroom at this point looks as if it's just been hit by a hurricane. It is fucked. You have papers everywhere because everyone's just sort of screaming and yelling. The girls are freaking the fuck out. The boys are going, fight, fight, fight. We're spectating sport, this shit. And immediately, like clockwork, just to give you guys an idea of how boys are, like as soon as the fight breaks out, one of the boys run to the door and sort of start looking out the door. So watching the fight, but also looking out the door just to make sure if the teacher comes, we can all be back in our place and the fight can stop, right? So just sort of keeping an eye out for the teacher. And then the teacher comes around the corner and this guy goes, chips, 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 teacher's here. Fight stops immediately. But now everyone has to settle back into their seats, How? Most of the tables are sort of turned over. This was... You guys know those old tables where the table and the chair is sort of one thing? So it has this sort of wooden table thing here, and then it goes, and the chair is attached to the table, and then the table can sort of open like this to put shit into it. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You have an idea of the kind of tables I'm referring to here. These things are fucking thrown across the room. This place is a mess. But all of the boys are just sitting down. Two of the boys have like their fucking, the two that were fighting, their shirts are ripped. It's crazy. But anyway, so the teacher walks in and the teacher's like, what happened here? All of us are just sitting here. We're not looking at the teacher. So you're either looking down or you're just sort of quiet. And he's like, okay, who are the two guys that fought? I want their names now. All of the boys just... And the teacher's like, all right, if you guys don't give me the names, I am going to hit all of the boys. You will all be spanked for this. Outside. Right, so we're all getting spanked now for these two fucking idiots that got into a fight. I'm standing probably like, let's say 20th in the row or some shit. So there's a few boys in front of me. Dude, the first shot that goes off, the dude had like this giant 2x4 plank thing, but I'm talking a thick boy. It's like this thick plank thing. The first shot that goes off it sounds like a fucking gunshot, bro. To the point where the teacher, Mrs. Westhuizen, from across the fucking hallway. Now, in South Africa, we don't have your schools where it's sort of a closed building. It's open buildings, right? So my school had 2-story building, 2-story building, 3-story building, 3-story building, and then two-story buildings at the back. So it's like a bunch of different buildings. It's all out, right? So all the classes walk out into the open, onto the schoolyard and, playgrounds and whatever. Mrs. Westhuizen. This Mrs. Westhuizen is on the opposite side of the fucking courtyard, right? Quite a while away, like quite a bit away. And as the first shot goes off, it's like a fucking gunshot. It's like, Pwah! You see Mrs. Westain just looking out of her fucking classroom like, huh? And just closing the classroom like, oh, never mind. We know what's happening here. Because she's seeing all of the boys just lined up and, you know, she sees the Mr. Nall with his big 2x4. Dude, and I see my friend, he's like 5 or 6 kids ahead of me. After he gets hit, he looks around to the rest of us and he has tears in his eyes. That's when I knew, all right, this guy's gonna fuck me. Like, this is, I'm not looking forward to this. He's not holding back. And, dude, no joke, when this guy hit me, it was probably the most pain I've ever been in my life. Like, my ass felt like it was on fire. But about half an hour later, we're laughing at this. Like, all of us are fucking laughing at this. This is the funniest shit that's ever happened. It's a story. You know, now it's like an experience that we've all been through, and we're all closer together as a result of this. So I don't, like, that's the era that I grew up in, where spanking, teachers would spank you, parents would spank you, and pretty much every single one of the stories that I have of being spanked is like an experience. I think back to those days fondly. I don't remember them as being abusive. I genuinely think back to those moments as fond memories. Good of when school gives you trauma bonding moments. Yeah, but I don't experience it as trauma. It's a group experience. That's what it's all about. MOOCs are pretty much boys will be boys. It is a group experience. This reminds me of the joke where the teacher offers that whoever talk would not be punished. A kid then says it was me. Oh, shit. That is actually not bad.
If we do those 4 things, we can actually fix this problem in the next year or 2.
Well, we're British, so your unbridled optimism is offensive to us. But John, I want to talk about, I think none of the 3 of us are actually that keen to get involved in political conversations. And what I'm about to ask you isn't coming from that place.
Okay.
But
I don't believe that corporal punishment should be allowed in schools, Power Kirby. Because I don't think any other adult has the right to discipline a child except for the parents. I do, however, think that the idea that the state can tell a parent how they are allowed to raise their own children and how they should exercise discipline, I think that is an overstep from the government. I don't think the government has the right to do that. Absolutely, abuse, no. But corporal punishment is not abuse. When it's applied equally, fairly, and right, it is not abuse, and it has fuck all to do with the government. The way you raise your children is not the job of the government. The government shouldn't even be raising children. It's not their role. Their role is to fucking, administrate the society to the point where we don't have to take our own shit away, not raise our children.
We were talking before we started about where we see ourselves politically, and you talked about being in the center and attempting to see things rationally without too much passion.
Mm-hmm.
And
Here we go,
I think
boys.
one of the other reasons Francis and I had this felt sense about starting trigonometry and the things that we were concerned about is the sense that, Jordan Peterson talks about this, order and chaos, that it's not that we are these sort of like hardcore conservatives who want there to be absolute order in everything, but just the sense that
we've been watching this video for 3 hours and 41 minutes, and people say reacting isn't content. This video is 1 hour and 5 minutes long. My reaction to this video is 3 hours and 41 minutes. Probably going to be 4 hours.
that when society moves too much towards chaos, that's not good in and of itself, and B, that will often trigger a snapback that can be very harsh, as we've seen in the 20th century, towards societies obsessed with order. Even, Diana Fleischman, who we had on, who's an evolutionary psychologist, she talked about the fact that when there's a higher prevalence of disease in society, people become more small c conservatives. I think it's fair to say we've seen that in the last few years.
That's right.
So I definitely feel that part of the reason we do what we do is we're concerned about the increasing chaos, whatever,
Yes.
you know, whether that's high levels of crime, whether that's illegal, and whatever. And I'm worried about the snapback.
Yeah.
What do you see?
Oh, yes. So let me put on the table here a really powerful theory from a political scientist named Karen Stenner, an Australian political scientist. She wrote this amazing book called The Authoritarian Dynamic, which was really influential on me when I wrote The Righteous Mind. And what Karen's work shows is that whenever people perceive what she calls normative threat, that means a threat to the moral order. So that it's like it activates. It's like you press a button in their heads, and she finds that about a quarter or a third of all people have this authoritarian response, and they're not all on the right. They're often on the left.
Yeah, we've seen that.
So that's right. That's right. Exactly. You got it. You got it. So when there's a perceived threat to the moral order, it's like the superorganism comes back together, and you could call it asabiya if you want. It is a kind of a cohesion where we have to come together and kick out the deviants, the aliens. And so in her research, she would do things like, she found if you give people an article about like Mexicans coming over the border, they become more racist against Mexicans, but also against black people. Like they just want to like clamp down on, like, we have to return to
Black people just chilling, not coming over the border because that would be one hell of a fucking swim, but catching strays, bro. That's wild. You're just chilling. You didn't come over the border, but you're catching the strays nonetheless. All right.
to, you know, the moral order and who we, so she calls it the authoritarian dynamic, and it's very powerful, and chaos sweeps authoritarian dictators into power. If you
That
have
is true,
chaos,
actually.
you're going to, you know, Adolf Hitler or, you know, someone can just come to power, a strongman.
The thing is, when life is uncertain, people want answers. And authoritarians are very good at providing answers. They're very good at telling you, you vote for me, I will fix this shit instantly. And before anyone goes, yeah, that's Trump. In 4 years of Trump, he wasn't an authoritarian. He didn't remove fucking voting. He didn't take anyone's rights away. He didn't destroy the country. He did nothing that was authoritarian. So the authoritarian rise will probably not happen with the next election, but it will happen eventually. Eventually, you will get an actual authoritarian that runs and that wants to take power. And once that fucking happens, you're pretty fucked. But not always correct ones. Oh, Epic Thulu. When authoritarians provide answers, it's never good ones, because they're not providing answers because they actually want to do the things to fix the country. They just want the power. That's what they're doing, right? They're just saying what everyone wants to hear so they can get the power, so they can misuse the power for themselves. Yeah, right now, for example, what the UK is doing is beyond authoritarian. You have the government basically locking people up for just saying stuff on social media. This is never good, because, well, what you're doing is, rather than dealing with the problem and rather than diffusing the problem or trying to diffuse the problem, what you're doing is you're taking the frustrations of the people that are already frustrated and you're dialing that up to 11. Like, you're going, well, let's see how fucking frustrated you can get when we're throwing you in jail for being frustrated. Now, history has taught us that this never works in your favor, but let's see. You know, maybe the UK have a different plan here. And next is, yes, a lot of people sadly don't know the history of Adolf Hitler. They don't know that if the German government never outlaws Adolf Hitler, Hitler never comes to power. And this is, by the way, this is researched fact. When the German government outlaws Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, basically making them criminals on the run from justice, what they do is they force the Nazi Party underground. So now Hitler is speaking in pubs all around Germany, and his support base is growing. and his support base is growing, and his support base is growing, because there's no one on the opposite side saying, but hold on, you're making all of these fucking claims, mind proving it, right? So you're telling us that the problem is the Jews, but can you prove it? Because the statistics aren't matching what you're saying, and here's why. No one is providing a counter argument because you forced the argument downstream and underground. You don't do that. Hitler probably never gets to power. He probably never wins an election. If the Austrian universities just gave the man his diploma, none of that would have happened. I doubt that. But maybe. I'm not sure people back then were receptive to reason, much like people on today. Overly receptive. Power Kirby, I wouldn't say that. The German people were far more civilized than pretty much every other country in the world at that point, right? Hey, Rue, how you doing? And they were, for the most part, highly intellectual and reasonable. The issue, of course, is when you have a problem like Germany after the First World War with the Treaty of Versailles, which basically destroyed Germany, and then you have the Great Depression, it is very easy for people to vote for someone who now steps in and says, I have the answers. And the answers is these Jews. Well, fuck yeah, let's go. You know, there's an answer. I know who the villain is. Let's go, right? That's all that's required. You just need to highlight who the villain is and say that you have a way to deal with it. And then people are going to go with that. What you needed was someone to push back and say, well, but actually, wait, you're making claims that just isn't true.
In Brazil, I think on the flag it says order, ordem e progresso, order and progress. So chaos tends to push many people to the right, or at least towards an authoritarian. And so that's the first piece. Now let me add on to that, the analysis I gave in The Righteous Mind, because we know that politics is highly heritable, whether you are on the left or the right, if you have an identical twin separated at birth, you're probably going to have similar politics because it's a temperament thing about openness to experience and conscientious, all sorts of things. So if you have a society in which some people, they just really want to change, they question everything. Why do we do it this way? Why don't we do it differently? Well, it's good to have some people who do that. But then you also have some people who say, no, the old ways are tried and true. Let's not go changing them until we, unless we really need to. And so this is Edmund Burke. This is the conservative impulse. So when I started The Righteous,
I always use the following example, and it goes like this. In order for a society to function, imagine you and I are walking in a field on an alien planet. We just arrived on this alien planet. Now imagine you are a liberal progressive and I am a conservative. And in this open field, as we're walking, we hit a wall. Just this giant wall as far as the eye can see to this side and this side. Just this wall. It's just there. And we're going, what the fuck is this wall? There's no way through this wall. The progressive, the liberal, will say, let's break down this wall. This wall is in our way. We need to walk, and this wall is stopping us from walking. Me as a conservative say, hold on. Who would fucking build a wall for no reason? This wall may actually serve a purpose. Maybe we would do good to not break down the wall until we know why this wall was actually built in the first place. That is why you require both liberals and conservatives, because it might turn out that this wall was actually built thousands of years ago by a kingdom that used to exist here, but this kingdom no longer exists, and this wall truly is just unnecessary, in which case we can then break it down. Or there's giant fucking aliens on the other side of the wall, and breaking the wall means the aliens eat us. We wouldn't know until we actually do the research, figure out how to build a ladder to the top of the wall so we can look to the other side of the wall, right? This is why you need both conservatives and liberals within a single country. The one challenges the current system, the other one protects the current system. And it slows things down to the point where we don't destroy society as we try to make progress within it. is pretty nice there, given that they never investigate the walls. Power Kirby, they do actually. Conservatives, it's not true that conservative societies just don't progress at all. They do. They just progress very, very slowly. But at no point is the argument meant to belittle liberals or elevate conservatives, because it quite literally shows the difference between liberals and conservatives. It's not meant to do one or the other any favors. It is quite literally why you need both. Because if you have a conservative society, change will almost never happen. Right? It will be super slow to the point where it looks like it's never happening. But if you have a fully liberal society, they might break down those walls and just, get eaten by the fucking aliens. So it shows that both sides have a severe blind spot when it comes to society, and that both sides need each other in order to deal with these specific blind spots. Because the conservative will say, no, keep that wall up. Keep that fucking wall up. We don't know, right? And the liberal is the one who says, well, okay, but hold up. Let's go up on a ladder, look, and if we don't see anything, then can we break down the wall? Right? And so now we're discussing things. Now we're suggesting, okay, I get what you're doing. But if we're going to go, it's not enough to just go up on the wall and check. Let's go up on the wall and make noise and see if something comes. Right? So this is where both sides work together for the betterment of society.
Just mine. I was a progressive. I wanted to help the Democrats stop losing, to George W. Bush. And I was very much on the left. But by the time I finished the book, I realized, wow, to have a good society is so difficult. And you got to get the settings just right. And if you have some people pushing for change and some people resisting, you get this dynamic that can be incredibly productive. That's when I really became a centrist. As a social scientist, I was increasingly bothered that most social scientists are on the, not just that, almost all are on the left, other than some economists. They're almost all on the left, but many of them act as though they are the support team for the Democratic Party. And I used to be like that too. And I think that is unprofessional. We've got to stop.
Nice. I agree. I agree.
So I became a principled centrist. By principled, what I mean is, it's not like I'm a centrist.
If you're going to be a scientist, you shouldn't be a support team for either political party. You should follow the science, go to where the science leads you. And if that says something bad about your side, then publish that shit, right? That's the only way your side is going to get better, is by criticizing.
Centrist on every issue because the answer is in the middle. No, I'm a centrist because of human imperfections, because of confirmation bias, we need people to disconfirm. We need to interact with people to disconfirm our bias. In fact, can I bring on the John Stuart Mill book? Where is that?
Of course you can.
Let's see. Yeah, let's bring it on. Okay. So John Stuart Mill's On Liberty is one of the greatest works of Western philosophy, the greatest thing ever written about the importance of free speech. And in particular, what Mill does is he points out that when we shut people down, we don't just hurt them, we hurt ourselves. We make us all stupider. The most famous line in here, I know it by heart. He who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that. And it just, so I took at Heterodox Academy, we took chapter 2 of of On Liberty. It's 15,000 words with a lot of obscure historical examples. And with Richard Reeves, this great British intellectual policy person, now American, we've got him. But so he and I condensed it down to half that, to 7,000 words. And this amazing artist, Dave Cicerelli, came to me and said, "Can I help you? I love what you're doing with Heterodox Academy." And I said, "Yeah, read this chapter and then illustrate the metaphor." So you get these amazing, illustrations of people locked, people locked into their head, prison of thought. And
what John's saying, Gen Z, is they've even put in pictures for you.
Yes.
Go read it.
Yes,
There's a coloring in
beautiful-
bit as well.
beautiful illustrations. So I'm an intuitionist. That is, I believe that we need to feel something and then also get the reasons, and then we know it.
Yeah.
So that was our idea with this book. And Dave is so brilliant that then he checked in with me again last year and said, "Hey, John, how you doing?" I said, "Dave, the publisher's come up with a terrible cover for my book. I don't like it. Can you do better? And he did this.
Wow.
It's, it's a girl
That
kind of
is
drowning in a ball pit.
Not gonna lie, that is a fucking brilliant cover. Like, not even seeing the words. You see this book in the bookstore, I mean, you're gonna want to buy it. You're gonna want to know what the hell is going on here.
Of emojis and smiles. And he and I did this guerrilla art campaign. Dave created these 12-foot tall milk cartons that say on them, missing childhood.
Wow.
So anyway, there you go. Yeah. So here, work by Dave Cicerelli.
Awesome. We've actually done our hour, and I want to spend another 40 minutes or so on locals, talking about some more controversial stuff, more difficult stuff, etc. So we're going to go and do that in a second. We're going to ask you some questions our supporters have submitted. Before we do that, we always end the main part of the interview with the same question, which is, what's the one thing we're not talking about as a society that you think we should be?
Let's see. And there's so much. I mean, there's so much that we don't talk about because we're afraid of the social consequences. So, exploring just a pure sociological exploration of the effects of diversity, I think would be extremely important to do. And sociology should be doing that. But sociology is an incredibly ideological field. There are not a lot of sociologists.
Well, it's a
who take that on.
sacred subject, really, isn't it?
Exactly.
We've given these things sacred status.
That's right.
So diversity is our strength is a thing that you're not supposed to investigate because you might find that it's not. And then
That's
what
right.
are you going to do?
Wait, but Epic Thulu, is what you got from this entire talk just that people are blaming Gen Z for being young? Because I don't think that's what's happening here.
That's right. Because it's an Orwellian sort of phrase. And so a whole another line of writing that I have is on fiduciary duty and professional responsibility. I think as professors, as academics, we have two fiduciary duty. Fiduciary duty is way above normal legal obligations. It's pure, perfect. You must never betray it. You must never act in a way that helps you but harms the person that you are fiduciary for. I think as professors, we have two fiduciary duties. One is to our students' education, not to their welfare, to their education. We must never act in a way that puts our politics ahead of their education. And we do it all the time. So that, I think, is a horrible violation of our fiduciary duty.
That's a good idea.
That's one reason why America, especially, not just on the right, but Americans in the center, have lost a lot of trust in higher ed in this country. But the main fiduciary we have as scholars is to the truth. We must never, ever say something that is not true because somebody paid us money to do it. Now, that almost never happens. Money is not the big threat in the academic world. We must never, ever say something that is not true because our politics demands it. And that's everyday life in the social sciences and the humanities. So the corruption of academic research is not from money. I mean, in medical areas it is, but for the most part, it's not from money. It's from the fact that we have almost no viewpoint diversity, and therefore certain things become sacred, not the truth. That's why I co-founded Heterodox Academy with other social scientists and with a legal scholar, Nick Rosenkrantz, because it wasn't about a left-right thing. It was about, we love universities. We want them to work. They're not working. And so anyway, I think universities have made their bed by allowing this stuff to happen, and now they're lying in it and unable to have a clear voice on protests and intimidation.
Well, we're going to talk about.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is 4 hours of reacting to an hour-long video. So if anyone ever fucking tells me reaction is just stealing content, you'd need to explain this. Because, 4 hours is a long time to be reacting to to an hour-long video. But, is what it is. I had fun. You reversed all 3 hours? Pretty much. I'm mostly only worried about STEM being corrupted. I ignore all other fields. I don't think STEM will be as easy to corrupt, just to be fair. Because I think STEM deals with actual hard science. So it's very difficult to, I think, it's very difficult to steal STEM in any way, shape, or form, because you are dealing with the hard sciences. So unless you can provide evidence for the thing that you're claiming, people are just going to be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, please, shut the fuck up. So yeah, I do think you're safe in that regard. All right, so Worshippers of Cthulhu. Dude, this is 4 months ago. What's this?
Peggy 18.
I like this. I like this. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll play this. I'll play this. You have old gods, and yeah, you do have chores. You do have city builders. I love city builders. I would play the shit out of this. When is it launching? $2024. Wait, it should be now. It says coming in 2024. Yeah, we're definitely playing the shit out of this. No doubt. What's up, princess? Echo chambers, don't come here. A lot of us have no problem being contrary if we don't agree with what is being presented. This is the thing that I love about my community most, is the fact that I think, purely by accident, because this was never really a focus, but purely by accident, I think I was able to grow a community that isn't ideologically captured, and also a community that allows other people to have their opinions, which I'm absolutely fucking amazed by. Because you look at pretty much all streamers will have like a specific audience that leans to one side or the other. And then I look at my community and I just realized my community doesn't do that. I have people on the left, I have people on the right, and for the most part, people have insightful conversations, but no one is ever attacking anyone for their opinions. No one is ever being an asshole because someone has a different opinion. They'll have conversations, they'll have disagreements, and I fucking love that. The base Pokemons, pretty much. Even communists. They know we do have communists. I was having a conversation with a viewer, when was this, last week, maybe a week before last week, who is pretty much, I wouldn't say communist, but very far to the left and very sympathetic to the ideas of communism. And I respect that, right? I'm always happy to have conversations with people who don't agree with me because I think it's important. I think if you are going to claim that you are a communist and you believe in communism, I want to hear why. Because it's not like I've reached this point in my life where I'm going, no. It absolutely is just capitalism and nothing else. If you can make a good claim for communism and you can explain to me, I have not heard that yet, but if you could explain to me how communism can be better, then I'd be willing to listen. Because I am fundamentally just interested in having the correct information. I don't give a fuck about what the ideological things are. I think on the communism thing, though, you'd have a very hard time convincing me of anything because I was a communist for a big part of my life, and it was facts that got me out of that. So, you know, you'd need some pretty hardcore facts to get me back into it. Holly, I welcome anyone that can defend their positions. Even if you have the wrong opinion, even if your position is wrong, if you can defend it logically and at least with some coherency, I welcome that. Because I find it stimulating to have the discussion. I've witnessed late-stage communism in my country, and I'm adamantly against it. That's perfectly fine. I'm against communism as well, but I am open to having the conversation, right? And it is true. Capitalism without the corporatism would be fucking phenomenal. I like that this isn't an echo chamber community. Mannequin, I'll be honest with you, I've said this before, I do too. I like the fact that if I say something that is wrong, my community will be the first to go, the fuck are you talking about? Here's why you're wrong. Right? Rather than, because there's no point in everyone saying you're right when you're wrong. And I would rather have the right opinion than, have an accepted opinion. I know they don't even know what they are defending. True. In my opinion, having conversations with people who are disagreeing with you have more value. Otherwise, you only go, yeah, agree, yes. Truth, Kiki. So true. I like getting pushback on my ideas. I like discussions. So, from my perspective, if I were to just sit here and say stuff and whole chat's just going fucking emotes, just emote spam, big true, I would very quickly go, all right, I'm really bored now. I don't know what to say. Although I do think that's maybe true for most streamers, except, of course, there are some who like to always be right. But I think, dude, can you imagine how boring a chat must be if everyone is just agreeing and there's literally no conversations? Then no, that is true. And I don't allow people like that in the community. I remember when we were playing Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know if you guys remember, there was this giant push around Hogwarts Legacy to deplatform all streamers that played Hogwarts Legacy. I remember in the entire playthrough, it was about an hour into the playthrough, one person came into the chat and they were like, wow, dude, do you know how transphobic this game is? And I just looked at them and I was like, get the fuck out of here. And funnily enough, at the moment that they were saying, do you know how transphobic this chat is? We were in the bar with the trans fucking bartender. And I was like, yeah, this is very transphobic game, this. There's a trans bartender. There's clearly the work of, like, big transphobes here. Papa Shango, how you doing, brother? There's a few good VTubers because of that. Oh, because of what, princess? Oh, yeah. I remember the Hogwarts thing. A lot of people quit. You see, but this is the... Man. People are too soft nowadays. As soon as the internet sort of starts attacking streamers, they immediately just sort of melt. And they go, oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm alive. I didn't mean it. It's like, bro, come on. Like, just fucking come off it. Like, seriously? You're gonna apologize for this? Yeah, but, I mean, dude, I always say, the funniest shit to me are people who think that someone like Hassan is going to be in the fucking trenches with them. If you think that Hassan is going to be the communist freedom fighter, you are in for such a fucking treat, bro. When the war breaks out between conservatives and communists, Hassan is not going to be on the front lines, bro. He's not going to be fucking anywhere near that front line. He's not helping out. That dude is going to get the fuck out so quickly. To watch videos of commies reacting to them all day. True. I am willing to bet that he's not even a true believer. I'm willing to bet he's not a true believer. He's just someone that he found a lot of money saying the shit that he's saying, and he'll keep saying it because it makes him money, right? The second people stopped watching him for his political opinions, he would move on. He would change his political opinions to grab more people. The only reason he's still saying the stuff that he's saying is there's an audience for it. The second that audience fucks off, he'll change his mind. Can't be a commie and rich? Well, you say that, but all of the communist leaders were always super rich. So, is that actually true? I mean, every communist leader I know of were always the richest people in the room. But corrupt, talking real commie? See, I don't believe that there is such a thing as a real communist. I think all communists are just power hungry. It's authoritarians. It's people that want to take other people's shit, right? They want to take other people's power. They get off on the idea. It's like a sexual fetish. I don't think you actually get someone that truly. The reason I know that for a fact is some of the most hardcore communists I've ever heard speak will say shit like, what was it again? Like, I can't wait to sit all day on my farm and teach people about cultural movement or cultural music. And you just go, I don't think you know what the fuck communism is. Your farm, first of all, your farm? Did you really just fucking say this? But then also, it's rich thinking that you're gonna be on a farm and not in some factory somewhere working yourself to fucking death for the government, right? Well, that's pretty all right for the people. Two Stripes, how you doing, bro? I highly doubt that. If it was, the people wouldn't have overthrown it, no? And to be perfectly fair, there were a lot of countries that were doing reasonably well under communism because the Soviet Union were spending obscene amounts of money to use those countries as like the poster child for what communism could be. So, for example, West Germany or East Germany. Also, you know, life in East Germany was among the best of all communist countries. And the reason for it is the communists were basically driving themselves to bankruptcy, trying to show the world just how good communism can actually be. And even then, they were still miles behind the West Germany. North Korea does the same thing. You know, if you go to Pyongyang, they spend obscene amounts of money making Pyongyang, however the fuck you pronounce that, look good. Socialism is it confuses the fruits of negative freedom for positive freedoms. Oh, that's a nice one, actually. To be fair, I don't know much about Yugoslavia, but I do know that you had... My ex was from Croatia, and I think they were part of the Yugoslavian thing. And I know they hated it. Yugoslavia was the one that was like a bunch of different countries sort of mushed together, right? Because I know my ex-girlfriend can't stand Serbians. She hated Serbians for the shit that they did to the Croatians. Baba Shango, welcome back, bro. Yeah, my ex-girlfriend was Croatian. Well, she is Croatian, but she was my girlfriend. Epic Tulu, yeah, we reacted to that guy before. Yuri something, who basically made the video saying that the West is about to deal with some fucking terrible shit in the near future. Albanians and Bosniaks as well. Holy, yeah, I have no doubt. I think if I'm going off of her history, which I'm well aware could be biased, but if I go off of what she told me, the Serbians were living the high life during the Yugoslavia communist era because they were exploiting the living fuck out of all of the other countries. They were basically treating all of the other countries like slaves, and they were making, they were living well while everyone else was suffering. So, her dad, her parents can't stand Serbians because they lived during it. She grew up hating Serbians because obviously she heard all the stories about it. So, the thing is, Margaret Thatcher said it best. The problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money. And that's just the fact. You can try and cut it whichever way you want, but at some point you have to. At some point, it stops being a thing. Two Stripes, whether you think it's true or not true, the very fact. Now, I don't know. Are you Serbian, Two Stripes? Because the very fact that most of the Bosniaks and the Albanians and the Croatians can't stand Serbia suggests to you, at least, that Yugoslavia wasn't the success story that you think it was. Right? Because if it was, then these other countries would have loved Yugoslavia. But why would they have hated them if they were so happy there? So clearly they weren't that happy. And as a result of that, they wanted out. I think, isn't Bosnia, Two Stripes, I'm sorry, I don't know all the history of this area, but Bosnia is the country that had, like, a decade or more ago, it had that massive genocide, no? It was like, people getting genocided. Am I correct now? Is it Bosnia or is it another? It is Bosnia, right? Yeah. Is it possible that your view of Yugoslavia is sort of tinted by that genocide? So under Yugoslavia, that genocide would not have happened. Philippe, welcome back, bro. Two Stripes, I have no doubt that it might have been good for some people, but if the history of communism is to be taken into account, very few people had a good time in communist countries. It was usually really only the politically connected, or in some cases, for example, there were areas, there were countries, Uganda, for example, was an example of anyone who lived in the cities were fine, right? They were getting all of the good shit. The problem was that not everyone was allowed to live in the cities. In fact, the overwhelming majority of people weren't allowed to live in the cities. And so it became fairly weird as a result. Most communist countries, people had a very bad time, except Yugo. Well, I can only tell you that the Croatian people hated Serbia. And they hated Yugoslavia. I don't know exactly why. I know communism had a big part in that. From the history of the Croatian Wars, it has a different name, but it was basically Croatia was fighting the Serbs left, right, and center to try and get free from Yugoslavia. That ideology killed more people than the Nazis, and they bring more misery than any other ideology. I agree with that. But I have no doubt. So where communism works or tend to work really well is in very small countries. Socialism as well. So, for example, if you have a country of say 3 or 4 million people, socialism tends to work super well. It's as soon as you try to scale that up to like anything larger, that socialism and communism really starts to break down fast. Because it can't work at scale. There's just too many people and there's too many opinions. And when there's too many opinions, there's a fuck up. Warring factions and a disparate culture between Serbs, Croats, Kosovo, etc., who couldn't get along under the rule of Tito and wanted freedom. Yeah, but Patches McPatch, so in your mind, the freedom that they sought had nothing to do with communism. The hate started after the 90s war. Before that, it was quite a harmonious country. I genuinely don't know, right? But why was the war? What was the reason for the war? Because if there's one thing I can say for certain, it is that nothing in this world ever happens within a vacuum, right? No one thing ever happens just because of like this one thing, right? Like if a war breaks out, for example, it's never just because this guy called the prince a cockhead, right? That's never the reason. There's usually like a bunch of reasons, and then there's one catalyst that sets off the blaze. So, for example, let's look at the assassination attempt on Trump's life. Let's imagine that that bullet hit, right? And Trump was, on that moment, fell to the ground, never to rise again, right? People would look at that, right, after the fact, so 10, 12, 15, 20 years later, after the Civil War, people would say it was that assassination that started the Civil War. Well, that's not true. The Civil War started years before that. There were a number of things that happened. That was just the moment that kicked everything off. But the Civil War had a lot of other factors that needs to be taken into account, because that moment, without the other factors, that moment wouldn't have done anything. Works is because the bonds of civilization buffer out the psychotic tendencies of the system. Even then, it's less effective than the current system at it. The party was Tito a part of? I don't know. Correct, the Balkan Wars wasn't due to economic factors, but political and cultural factors. Yeah, but Patches, how are you? Because communism is not just a political, not just an economic system. This is the fundamental difference between communism and capitalism. Capitalism is truly just an economic system. Capitalism doesn't have a political system. You can have capitalism under a king. You can have capitalism under democracy. You can even have capitalism in a dictatorship. Capitalism is literally just the markets and the economy. Communism isn't just the markets and the economy. In order for communism to work, the government needs to take absolute power of everything. Otherwise, it can't work. Because the government has to be they have to orchestrate the economy. They have to make sure that the economy is functioning and that everyone is doing their part. And the only way the government can do that is by taking the levers of production. Now, before anyone fucking starts with, well, that's not real communism, that's socialism. Real communism has never existed anywhere in the world. What we call communism is what you had in Soviet Russia, what you had in China under Mao. It's the furthest it's ever gotten. No nation on earth has ever been able to get to phase 3 of Karl Marx, because Karl Marx wadded his way through phase 2. So maybe one day we'll get to phase 3 of communism, but that's never happened. His death would have caused a civil war. Epic Thulu, yes, I absolutely believe so. The problem is, should Trump die on that fateful day, every conservative in the country, every conservative in America, instantly recognizes and realizes that violence is now the only option. Because remember, conservatives right now are not voting for the Republican Party. They're voting for Trump. Because if you ask most conservatives, they hate the Republican Party. They can't stand any of the people in the Republican Party. They don't want any of the leaders within the Republican Party. In fact, if you tell, I always laugh because you'll get leftists that say, you guys should stop voting for Trump because he's going to destroy the Republican Party, as if that is a bad thing for conservatives. Like, you're telling conservatives, this party that they absolutely despise, Trump can destroy this party? Fuck yes, let's go. Right? They want that. So if Trump dies, you have all of these MAGA voters suddenly realizing there is no saving grace from the system. No one is going to save them. The system has taken the one hope that they had. And when you remove hope, violence is the only alternative, and people very quickly gear up for violence. So, yeah, it would absolutely have been a fucking massacre of epic proportions. Party names and ours are the same damn thing. Trump is so popular because he's an outsider and the people are fed up with the norm. Baba Shango, yep, pretty much. I don't think the elite class wants civil war in the US. They want to rule, not destroy. Oh yeah, that's patch. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Although there is one argument to be made for this, and that is, so I was watching this guy. He has this model, this AI model that's been running for about 5 years now on economics and world systems and all the rest of it. And this AI model has now predicted that the Third World War is absolute. There is no denying that it will happen, and it will happen by 2025. And the reason the model concludes that it will be civil war is the world economic situation has become untenable. In other words, the economic situation that the world finds itself in is unfixable. It's unfixable. The world cannot fix its economic problems. Almost every country in the world today spends at a deficit far more than 120%. Right? In the West, most of the European countries are edging towards 110% that they're spending. So, in other words, they're spending about 10 to 20% more than what they're making. So, big problems. This means that the government is consistently going into debt in order to service the debt, right? That it's accruing. So, in America, at the end of 2025, if the government keeps spending money the way that they're doing, America's repayments, so just paying back its debt, will basically eat the entire budget of the American economy. Just repaying the debt. So we're not even talking about fucking like doing new things with the government. It will basically eat into all of it. So debt payments, the world governments cannot pay back their debts. It's basically where we are now. There's only one way really to fix that, and that's war. War has one of two possible outcomes. The one, war tends to boost economic output considerably. So countries make a lot more money during wartime, which is always good, right? And if you want to pay back debts, that's a good thing. But the actual thing that the model at least is predicting, the war will lead to a forgiveness of debt. So basically, they're going to use the war as a catalyst to say, right, we're forgiving all debt. Everyone can start over fresh. And then Life's good. So the problem, Two Stripes, with printing money, at some point the world figures out that, wait a second, this money is based on nothing, because the way the American system or the American government currently prints money is it borrows money from the Fed in the form of bonds. The Fed lends the Treasury bonds. The Treasury then uses these bonds to print money, and this money is then used to buy more bonds to print more money. So effectively, all of that money you're printing is based on nothing. There's nothing backstopping all of this money. It's paper, printing more paper. As soon as people figure that out en masse, the money loses all of its value, and then it's good game, thanks for playing. Because right now, the only reason the dollar still has value is because people think it has. But what happens if someone tomorrow started thinking, wait a second, but the dollar doesn't really have any value? Because in the past, I could take my dollars and I could buy gold. But I can't do that anymore because the gold standard no longer exists. So what can I buy with my dollars now? Not fucking much, right? And so, yeah, it's basically just principles. But to be fair, now we're getting into sort of more of the, while I absolutely agree with you, right, that I believe in the conspiracy theory that you do, we are getting into the world of conspiracy theories, and I tend to steer clear of those just because that would just open more fucking discussions that I don't necessarily have the answers for, but fundamentally I agree with the principle. NFTs, yeah, also based on fuck all. From what I remember, each citizen owes a certain amount for something they never even had anything to do with. I don't think that matters in a modern sense. As long as my dollar pays bills, if everyone stopped accepting dollars, then I think we'd have a problem. Epic Thulu, so what you're not understanding here, you wanting to go buy milk with your dollars is not what gives the dollar value. It is me, as a country, being okay with buying things using your dollar. So, for example, oil. It is me saying, as a country, I will buy oil from Saudi Arabia using my dollars, which means I need dollars, which means I will take my money, rand, and I will buy dollars from the US to use those US dollars to buy oil. Once I, as a country, look at the dollar and say, oh, I don't trust the dollar anymore, and I go to Saudi Arabia and I say, hey, Saudi, would you guys give me oil in rand? And the Saudis go, oh yeah, we've also been having a problem with the dollar. We're not sure it's going to be that great. So yeah, sure. We'll take rands for our oil. The dollar loses value because no one wants to use the dollar anymore because they don't trust the dollar. So then, you still wanting to go buy milk with your dollar doesn't mean shit, because your currency only works if everyone is using it. And all of the other currencies only work because everyone else just pitted their economies to the US dollar. So the euro, for example, only has value because it's compared to the dollar. Even the Chinese yuan only has value because it's compared to the dollar. It's sort of hitched to the dollar. The rand only has value because it's hitched to the dollar. But the dollar crumbles and all of the other currencies crumble alongside it because none of them are based on anything other than the dollar. So, yeah. Just use the currency of knowledge and call it a day. Barbiter, what a fucking... what a utopian idea. They're predicting each person will make a certain amount in their lifetime, and that's how they're basing off our system. It's kind of like not what it's supposed to be, but that's for sure. They could fix the dollar, but they don't want to because it's being used to allow the banks to buy it all while people lose everything. I would agree with that. Fed is buying the whole market right now. I wonder why. Hyperinflation mean that no one accepted money anymore? Yeah, the problem again with hyperinflation is the more money you print, the more inflation you create, and at some point the dam bursts. And once the dam bursts, it's thanks for playing. Hello, Venezuela, here we come. Now, do I think America will be as bad as Venezuela? No, I don't. America is a very rich country, and it also happens to be a country that has a lot of natural resources that Venezuela does not. Venezuela's entire economy was based on oil. And when the oil price dipped, Venezuela's problems started. And it's not been able to really regather itself. America's entire economy isn't... I'm talking about the internal economy, not its world economy, but the internal economy isn't just based on one thing, right? Most of the states in America are trading with each other, buying and selling stuff amongst one another. So there's enough of a local economy that even if shit got really bad in the world, America would be able to make fixes, at least on their side of things, to survive, which Venezuela cannot, because most of the food Venezuela gets, they'll get from somewhere else. They won't really make it themselves. Most of the resources they would require, they would need from somewhere else. So will the US lose its status as the world power? Yes, maybe. But it won't be as bad as Venezuela. I doubt it. Unless, of course, you get attacked by fucking Russia and China and they manage to nuke the living shit out, then yes, that's bad. But short of that happening, I don't think America is in that much trouble. Not Venezuela levels of problems. Give me what do you mean you want thing? Epic Thulu, not quite, but yes, to some extent. So, in order for money to have value, it needs to have value by itself. So, for example, why does gold have value? So, anything can be money. Sand can be money. We could literally sit here and we could turn sand into money. And if everyone agreed that sand has value, great, sand has value. We now have money. The problem, of course, is that very few people would agree that sand has value, right? And so it wouldn't work. But gold does have value, and everyone agrees that gold has value. It's inherent to human society. So when that became money, people immediately understood it as such, and everyone agreed upon what that value would be based on what I'm willing to accept for the goods that I'm parting with, and based on the stuff that I would like to buy with that money. The dollar, or the fiat currency system, is based on the same principle. Everyone agrees that this US dollar has value, and therefore everyone is willing to buy and trade within this currency because everyone agrees that it has value. And for a long time, that value was backed up by the government, by the military. So America said to the rest of the world, listen here, guys, we will protect the oceans. We will make sure that you guys can trade freely with one another, with our navy, with our military, with our money, but you have to use our money. It's the same deal they made with the Saudis. They went to Saudi Arabia and they said, hey, sell all of your oil in US dollars and we'll protect you. Our military will make sure that no one ever invades you. And Saudis went, fuck yes, let's do this, right? The problem is with an increase in isolationism from both Biden and Trump, and America in general is a lot more isolationist than what it was just a decade ago even. The problem is the US dollar that was once used as the world currency because America was keeping free trade alive. Since America is no longer doing that, it's not going to take long for governments around the world to go, but why are we still using your dollar? And then America is very close to fucked as a result of that because there's way too many dollars. If everyone drops their dollars now, it's going to be a nightmare. in order to play economy games, you have to agree to value it like the other players. If you don't, good luck making a new system from scratch and then competing with it. Epic Thule, I mean, the Chinese are trying to make a new system. BRICS is trying to make a new system, but you are right. It's going to be very difficult to make a new system because there is no other currency that is even on the level of the US dollar. No other country has the trading mechanisms to be an exchange mechanism to be the US dollar. The European Union has the second largest exchange program in the world, and it is not even enough to process about 10% of the trades that happen worldwide daily. So if the dollar came to a fucking standstill and, there wouldn't be enough money or enough exchange protocols in the world for even a day's worth of trading. So you would have severe problems if that were to happen. Oh, Iron Tempest. It's called Akalon Does Life. I only have one video on there because those videos take a long time to make. But I will have a new one probably this week. It's called Akalon Does Life. But okay, boys. I have to be live over on YouTube in about 10 minutes or so. So you guys can go hang out over on the main channel on YouTube. I don't know if there's going to be a new cinematic, but there might be a new cinematic. I'm going to link it here so you can join me if you feel like it. Yeah, we're switching to the main channel. The only reason I have to switch from this channel to the main channel is I don't have I can't stream to the main channel from this profile. I have to switch to a different profile, and YouTube doesn't allow you to switch. Or maybe I can. Hold up, let me go pee and then we'll quickly check this. Give me 2 seconds. Maybe we don't have to end this stream. Maybe we just have to end the YouTube stream and then go to the main channel. Let me just go piss and then I'll be back and we'll see.
Gentlemen, we are dealing with someone here who has absolutely no life.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Oh, damn. Thank you. Appreciate ya.
Oh, yeah?
China.
All right. Don't do this. What just happened? Oh shit, Namwad.
It's not always about the sometimes it's about the
72 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. This table is being full of crap now. Why are you...
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
I wonder why it's happening now. Hold up.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
There we go. Grofal, yeah. So for some reason, the desk sometimes freaks the hell out. But Namwat, 72 months, part of the DJ Nation. You are a beast, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Okay, so let's see if I can make this work.
It's not always about the ooh. Sometimes it's about the ara.
I think I should be able to do this fairly easily. Hold up. Let me just quickly... see. If I turn this on, we should be sending data to the main channel now. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone watching over on Akalon TV. You guys are more than welcome to come join on the main channel if you want to come check out the Baron's Chat special. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To all of the Twitch viewers, we'll still be here. So you guys can just chill on Twitch. This is a Baron's Chat special, so it's not like the Friday Baron's Chat where it's exclusively to YouTube. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. To the Akalon TV viewers and to everyone on Akalon, how you guys doing? Welcome back to each and every one of you.